In this video, we'll be introducing the vehicle airdrop skill. When this skill is used, a beacon will be thrown and a vehicle airdrop will be summoned. Not only is there a limit on using the skill, it takes a bit of time for the vehicle to be airdropped. Hence, players will have to ensure the use of the skill at opportune moments and take their team to a suitable location. As for slow-paced matches held on large-scale maps, players tend to take a longer time to get equipped, and it can be difficult to move about. With this skill, it can help save a massive amount of travel time to get to safety, as well as search for advantageous spots. On top of that, there are few vehicles found in the rural areas. When equipped with this skill, it's more feasible to parachute to more remote regions, and highly contested advanced supply zones can be avoided. Once you've thoroughly looted an area, you can use the skill to get your team to the next resource point. But keep in mind that when the vehicle airdrop skill is in use, it is easy for your location to get exposed, so be sure to keep an eye out for enemies. This skill is most suitable for large-scale maps, and for players that prefer a slow and steady approach. What's more, the skill also safeguards your chance of entering the play zone. The skill will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello there! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bulan Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bulan Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bulan Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepak Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and zip lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away. As long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking, they will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these 2 mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated 1 new vehicle and 2 new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a 2-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill. which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. POWR has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of POWR to make this area more reachable so that players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the ferry pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sanhok military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above. Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Nusa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Nusa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Nusa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Nusa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Nusa has a super recall mechanic available. As long as there's a teammate still in the match, and before the first blue zone starts shrinking, all eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach the zip line to quickly move between areas. But note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS-2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS-2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bulan Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bulan Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Nusa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye!
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay, Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in...
Where to find us
أنا سمعت مناقة تبنك بيسووها فين مجنون ولا استقبال تربل دي 1 و2 ستة ناوية ستة يمين ولا يسار ارتبط بعد مش حاطين الحاجي يتقدم يا
Hello everyone and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall MEA 2022 Championship. Of course, another exciting turn around the corner. I just said Africa, but instead it's the Middle East and Africa Championship. But either which way, welcome back. It is day number 3. Over the previous 2 days, we've seen our 16 teams really cranking out some amazing PUBG Mobile action. And today is going to be no different, right? We continue on to see what the teams are going to be bringing out on towards that battlefield. And it's going to be quite a bit of excitement. Of course, my name is GEEKAY. I'm joined by none other than Esproxy. How are you doing today?
Feeling good, feeling ready to see what these teams are going to be bringing to the table today. As we know, the last few days have been surprising. We've had a lot of questions been answered as to who the teams are going to be stepping up first. But now there's an opportunity for the rest of the teams to join the party and showcase the amazing skills that they have been cultivating over the last couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we were waiting for NASR to step up and just, lock in some crazy points, and that is exactly what they did. They rose to the occasion. So I'm curious to see what is going to be happening today. Who will be those teams stepping up and just looking to upset a little bit of those leaderboard situations? But of course, as we know, also we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking. And the easiest way to let us know what you think is, of course, to hit us up on social media. And we'll be showing you all those links right now. As you can see, the different distribution of links, right? We've got the MENA Esports channel on YouTube. We've we've got the Esports Africa channel, then also on YouTube, over on Facebook, we've got the same versions. And of course, we've got our TikTok as well. Be sure to include the hashtag there, PMPL MEA Champs, alongside your post going out. And we'd love to hear what your thoughts are, what you think, and who do you think is going to be those 3 teams to lock in the lovely MEA Championship. Well, not the MEA Championship, right? PMGC slots, those 3 seats that we have available. But of course, right, the teams continue to build the suspense, continue to build the pressure. And as we know, we've had a little bit of a change up throughout the 2 different PMPLs with regards to their formats, right? The one side, we're participating in the new setup that we had where we had the bonus points come through and it was 18 days of insane action. Now, coming into the MEA Championship, it's all the same thing, right? We got the 16 teams participating in 24 matches, spread into 6 matches a day across our lovely 4 days. 2 of those already completed. Now, we are in that final half. And at the end of the day, all the points are adding up to see what that overall situation is, where the points will lead to, and where the teams will find themselves.
Absolutely. So the teams, they're going to be down into the same stage, into the same set of circumstances, and it will be up to them to showcase who is the best of the best and who's going to be rising to the top. So far, as we've mentioned, we've had a handful of surprises. We've had a handful of teams show that consistency, and also a few surprises along the way, like NASR yesterday, like a few NIGMA Galaxy absolute fantastic nades from Rauf there to get a triple nade, bam, into one shot. So it's been fantastic work from these teams, and it's not going to stop because we're only halfway through.
Yeah, there was definitely no shortage of action whatsoever. But of course, you know, all the action leads to one thing, and that is, of course, the teams utilizing the point structure, and that is the way that they climb rather those ranks. As we can see, that pole position being worth 15 points, and it trickles all the way down to where it's 13 to 16 points. They don't get any placement points, but they can still make up for that by locking in eliminations, which is worth 1 point per elimination. And we've seen several teams really just capitalizing on that over the past 2 days. So curious to see who's going to be looking to rise to the occasion once again, showing that aggression rather. As we know, right? We saw in the chat yesterday someone asking who's the aggressive team right here. From what we've seen based on the elimination count, definitely is pointing towards the players from the side of POWR Esports. But aside from POWR Esports, right, these teams are also then playing for not only the seats into the PMGC, they're also then playing for their share of our amazing prize pool. And we can see what that is. Of course, we know it is $150,000 total prize pool, with that first position being worth $40,000.
Oof, I mean, talk about adding ka-ching to your pockets. Of course, the distribution looking a little bit different here for some of the teams in terms of what they're used to coming through from those PMPLs, but as we know, it's going to be all thanks to those top 3 slots, because those top 3 slots will also be the teams grabbing a slot in the PMGC, other than the teams that have already qualified, of course. But of course, there's a little bit extra. If you are the MVP, if you are this season's absolute champion and the most valuable player, you're going to get yourself an extra $2,000 to add to your back pocket. So some really, really good incentive for these teams to work their absolute hardest and showcase their best talents. And that's what we want to see. We want to see who's the best in Middle East and Africa.
Yeah, and that's why we're here, right? That's why we are in the championship, to see exactly who that will be. And of course, speaking about the teams, we know that we've got our 16 teams playing across the board. We've seen some setups, some shake-ups coming through as well. As we know, 3 of the teams already having those PMG slots, that of course being the players there from NIGMA Galaxy. We've got 1 million as well as R8 Esports. But in this one, aside from prize pool, we get to see who's going to be locking in those additional points, right? We did have quite a bit of excitement coming through. Several teams looking to rise to the occasion. I mean, we saw the players there from POWR Esports sitting on that first page and holding their position alongside the top 2 placements without a single winner and a chicken dinner to their name.
Yeah, with those eliminations that POWR Esports have been bringing in, I mean, Al-Hajj, my goodness, what an absolute beast, bringing in some ridiculous eliminations. On the first day, we said, what, 18 eliminations? 3.3k damage, like it's nothing. Come on. And it just keeps on getting better and better. Power definitely have some insane firepower with them, and they're going to continue to just capitalize on that, whereas some of the other teams like Twisted Minds or OOREDOO Thunders, they're going to go for the consistent route. They're going to go for those placements and balance between eliminations and placement points. So it is going to be a very interesting battle for these teams to see who's going to be winning it out at the end and which sort of route and pathing is going to be reigning supreme.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite an interesting story, rather, coming through as these teams have been making their progressions, right? Coming through from their respective PMPLs, making it up in towards the MEA Championship. As we saw through our nice sneak peek videos that we've had, aside from the funny moments we saw yesterday, I mean, there's some very interesting storylines behind these teams and the journey that they've been on to make it all the way to here. I mean, so far, as we've already pointed out, we've been seeing quite a bit of contention coming through between the players there from Twisted Minds and OOREDOO Thunder, right? At the end of yesterday, they were only separated by 1 single point. So a very contentious performance coming through from both these teams.
Absolutely, and we did get that team intro yesterday for OOREDOO Thunder. So today, we thought it might be a good idea just to check out what Twisted Minds had in store for us as well.
In a brutal way, as Darby throws down, gets a knock. His second comes through, walks into the bullet. RTG pushing up the top of the Cold Hill. Free fire from Ragnarok will find one. Go through the drop dodge. The second comes through, and oh my god! Yeah, it took a while. In the end, they came out on top, and once again, seems like Twisted Minds trying to do the same. He said it was gonna
on the entire team on Power.
Yeah, it took a while. In the end, they came out on top, and once again, seems like Twisted Minds trying to do the same. He said it was going to be tough for.
Well, as we see, right, so some pretty interesting plays coming through from that, PMPL Arabia. But as we were talking about earlier, right, is there was a really strong representation coming through from the side of POWR Esports as well.
No, absolutely. They really brought through the eliminations. They brought through that fire and that flame. And as we know, we've checked out our top 2 placements so far. We checked out OOREDOO, we've checked out Twisted Minds, but we need to take a look, a deeper dive into POWR Esports and what makes them tick.
فل اتش بي من اللاعبين تقريبا، ولكن حجي التدخل حيكون قريب، والهيت ماركر موجود من حجي اليو ام بي، ولكن
المحافل وبكل السيناريوهات المتوقعة. عزيز تقدم، ما هذا التقدم من فريق جيكاي، وهنا بلش يلا اي سبورتس قاعد طريقنا، لكن وين الليت 1 اتش بي ولا تدعها. سموكر من اوريدو، واحده من الجي كي من سداد، واحده.
Alright, so as we saw, I mean, I without a doubt, right, I think it's safe to say that Al-Hajj is that Terminator add-on for the side of POWR Esports, because I mean 116 eliminations coming through within the PMPL Arabia. Those are some pretty impressive numbers to see, and I mean that was in the PMPL Arabia already. Over here in the MEA Championship, also putting up quite a formidable force.
Absolutely, but you can also see the firepower through into the rest of the team. I mean, the damage numbers are adding up to that, and they're working together as a team to ensure that Al-Hajj is in the right position, is in the right moment, has the cover they need to succeed and bring forth that crazy firepower element that makes POWR Esports an incredibly tough opponent. But all of these teams, they have that extra bit of spice, they have that something special that makes them such a formidable opponent. As you take a look at the overall standings, we can see how exactly that has paid off for them so far.
Yeah, of course, as we've mentioned already, right? We got Twisted Minds and OOREDOO Thunder sitting up in those top 2 slots, 1 point separating the 2 of them. With POWR Esports, alongside the players here from R8 Esports, right? Only 10 points separating these 2 teams, but they are the only 2 teams sitting on this very first page without a single winner chicken dinner to the name. So maybe today could be the day in which we see R8 Esports or POWR Esports stepping up and locking in some of those lovely winner chicken dinners, and I think that would just be that extra bit of a kicker to just catapult them even further up these standings. Because I mean, there's only up from here. They can only go up in towards that second or first place, as they are part of that slight bit of separation that we have. Not the craziest, but there is that slight little bit of a gap that we see starting to form towards the higher end of the leaderboard.
It's the consistency that comes through, and that is what's starting to differentiate these teams. That consistency from Twisted Minds, as we mentioned on the first day, placing 5 out of the 6 games in the top 5, with OOREDOO Thunders picking up those consistent placements as well, picking up 2 winner chicken dinners yesterday, and making sure that they were finding themselves at second placement. And of course, you can see those eliminations from POWR Esports have been making a massive difference, but their placements aren't far off. I mean, they've got a 10-point difference between placements and eliminations, so you can talk about balance as much as you want. They definitely are bringing everything to the table. So that's where we start to see that separation starting to build within our top teams compared to the rest. As you can see, already a very good amount of teams reaching that century, reaching those triple digits, but it is still close and contentious. As we take a look at the second page, we know that the first page is rounded off with 91 points. Leading into the second, it's a measly 4 points that's going to be making up the difference between 1 million and getting themselves onto the first page. And that is a similar feat that we see for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot really separating either page's teams that are sitting at the bottom end of that page from the top end of the page, right? If we look on the second page, you know, the difference between 16th and 9th place is just a mere 27 points, right? Well, that's 34, my bad, right? But close enough. 34 points between 16th and 9th place, and as we know, that can all change in one game. Looking at the situation that we had over on that first page as well, also just one match could change that entire setup. Whichever of those teams decide to really pack in an exceptionally strong performance could be enough to catapult them to potentially a really high position on the page that they currently find themselves, or they could even promote themselves to the next page. I mean, well, this is only applicable to the second page, right? Because you can't go higher than the first page.
No. There has to be a limit, right? We have to only focus on these top 16 amazing teams that have made it into this stage. But yeah, we have reached the halfway point. We have reached the halfway point for these teams to showcase what they have got in store for us. So now this is where we start talking about those pivotal moments. Yesterday, day number 1 as well, it was that litmus test. As you mentioned, the teams were trying to feel out their competition. We had a more aggressive showing from the teams, you know, trying a few things, seeing what they could get away with and maybe what they couldn't get away with. But then came day number 2, and then we immediately saw those adjustments being made. Now come day 3 and 4, this is where that final push for the top slots has to come through.
Yeah, and we're expecting to see quite a bit of a step up coming through here. I mean, just based on the exponential growth we've been having from day 1 to day 2, the exponential increase. I think day 3 is going to be an absolutely crazy one, and of course, we need to take a look and see what that map rotation is going to be. And no surprise that we are going to be looking at Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and then of course Erangel, Miramar once again to wrap it all on through. I mean, this allows a really good continuation for these teams to continue now with the momentum and see just how far and how hard they can push those efforts.
Absolutely, and as we know, because they have that ability to have those 3 Erangels, to have those 3 if we could call it the default maps, right? The default opportunities for these teams. They know Erangel like the back of their hands. They have played enough hours with Erangel to know where they do and they don't actually proceed and actually really thrive. But now we add a little bit that Miramar and Sanhok action in between, which does allow for some very interesting action points. I mean, Titans yesterday on Sanhok, they didn't have that opportunity on the day number 1, but come day number 2, as long as they didn't get taken out early, they went through all the way to pick up a winner chicken dinner, and there was a massive showing of elimination spread up amongst the teams, which adds a little bit of that extra spice. It adds that extra opportunity for the teams to start to close the gaps just some bit.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what OOREDOO Thunder is going to be doing in our very first match here. As we know, yesterday, on our first 2 Erangels, they walked away with both of the winner chicken dinners, and they were only slightly and temporarily interrupted by the players from Slime 4K2 who took the dub over on our very first Miramar. But as we're getting ready to move in over towards Erangel, what are your predictions? Who do you think could potentially be the team to step up and take this very first winner chicken dinner? I mean, we're not going for predictions. It's just who do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to have any caster curses happen here. All right, so you're very, very, very selective in your words. Look, I will put it to, you know, the teams like NASR. I will put it to the teams like NIGMA Galaxy. I want to see that performance coming through from them because they definitely need to showcase what they've been hiding.
I think that could be an interesting one for them to showcase it. But then another team that I would like to see maybe surprise us a little bit could be Conqueror Iraq, right? As we know, they also have not yet had the opportunity to lock in a winner chicken dinner. And, you know, winner chicken dinner on the very first match of the day would be quite nice to build up that momentum for the team and just push that team morale to the next level. So maybe we could see a little bit of that coming through. But of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers' thoughts are. And in the meantime, while you answer that, we are going to be hopping straight into our very first Erangel to see what the teams are going to be bringing through in day number 3.
Oh, here it is. Finally, we're going to be able to see what these teams have been planning for a little bit of that Erangel action. Already starting off with Severny. So Virtual Gaming will be very happy that they have such an easy flight into their favorite drop location, as well as OOREDOO Thunders, as we do end up over the military base island. So a quick jump for them as well. And ultimately, for the rest of the teams, a fairly easy trade-off to get to their favorite locations.
Yeah, well, there's not going to be too much of a trade-off, as you've said, right? So it's going to be a really good start, though. But I think the kicker definitely will be coming through with regards to that first initial zone, right? Yesterday, we did see a little bit more of a passive start to the initial zones, with that very last zone over on towards Erangel, of course, being very centered up. Now, we want to see these extra little bit of a change, or these extra few changes come through, right? Similar to what we had over in towards our very last Miramar of the day, because that was quite the challenge for these teams to really try and play through.
Yeah, look, and we did see OOREDOO Thunders, as we mentioned. They just absolutely capitalized. They were looking to be the Erangel Kings yesterday, but they were thwarted by Twisted Minds towards the end, I believe. So, and again, even in that map where they did not get the winner chicken dinner, they came second. So out of 3 Erangels yesterday, 2 were winner chicken dinners and 1 was a second place. I mean, come on, they absolutely are looking like a force to be reckoned with over on Erangel.
Well, yeah, well, this is now, again, a very similar zone to what we saw yesterday, but as we said yesterday, this is going to be allowing some really good opportunities for these teams to really play with regards to the strategies, right? Not having to worry too much about getting themselves positioned in towards the zone. Instead, it gives them that opportunity to capitalize on their positioning, capitalize on their strategies that they've been doing a lot of bot reviewing for, right? Doing a lot of homework. And now we want to see that play out, because as we know, yesterday we went really close to those headshot hills.
Oh, yes.
And who knows, right? Is it going to be heading over to headshot hills once again?
I think that would be an absolutely fire final zone. I mean, can you imagine the absolute chaos that these teams are going to have to deal with? We've already seen some very interesting, you know, altercations. I mean, I'm just taken back to Miramar from Falcons yesterday with a pan on Sanhok. Oh, it was good. It was fire. And now we want to have a little bit more of those craziness, you know, those crazy plays coming on through. The teams yesterday, as we've mentioned, they were very calculated, extremely calculated in their approach. I mean, we went over to Miramar. Ultimately, we were 16 minutes in. We still didn't even see a lick of damage or any sort of eliminations or knocks to any team whatsoever. And then that just continued to be the theme yesterday. Even towards the last Erangel, there was still that level of consistency and just strategy that they were bringing in to ensure that they weren't finding those initial engagements or landing themselves in unfavorable positions. So, curious to see what the overall energy is going to be today.
Well, I mean, hopefully we are going to be looking for an insane surge of energy to come through from these teams, right? I mean, that is what we're expecting, and I'm pretty sure they are going to be delivering on that front. And I'm just curious to see at which point in today that is going to be happening. The teams have already been starting to dial it up as we are progressing through the days and also progressing through the matches. But who knows where it's going to start today. We don't see any potential hot drops coming through. Of course, Slime and Falcons in their usual occasion up in towards Yasnaya Poliana. But as we've seen, right, these teams really just kind of keeping their distance, especially in this initial stage, right? But as we can see, we got our predictions coming through. We got a prediction there for POWR, GEEKAY, Twisted Minds, OOREDOO Thunder, and of course the players coming through then for Kurdistan. But for this one, I'm going to have to agree with what Yusuf said, right? I think that it could maybe be the lovely team that we see on the screen right now, all the way down to that southern edge.
I mean, there's definitely a possibility, and if you look on paper, that is definitely the safe bet. I mean, just purely based on their performances yesterday, it was just OOREDOO Thunders all the way when you look at Erangel, but we'll have to wait and see if the other teams are going to let that one slide, because we've already seen those adaptations coming through from day 1 to day 2. And now obviously into day number 3, I'm expecting a few slight changes from these teams to ensure that they're going to be the ones reaping the benefits here. And obviously, because they know of OOREDOO Thunders, because they know of what they did yesterday, surely they'll be placing a little bit of a higher focus over here towards the military base.
Well, let's see where all these positions will be finding themselves, right? I mean, towards that northwestern side as well, we've got still an interesting position. I mean, GEEKAY, yes, we see them up in towards Rozhok, but I'm curious to see what rotations are going to come through from 1 million R8 and the players there from Twisted Minds. Because we saw a little bit of fighting happening towards this Rozhok region as well. So I'm curious to see. We're looking at the position that we have for the players there from R8 Esports, right? They could potentially rotate straight up in towards Rozhok, right? They have that rotational pathway. But it's all going to come down to what these teams have in store for us and how they're going to be looking to play out those strategies as they start to lock in the rotations. But I mean, also then looking just around the map and what we have available for the time being. I mean, even the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad holding up into Severny, starting to extend their feelers a little bit further down towards those more southern positions. We see Alphalugi and Co starting to move up, just looking to get that initial kind of, you know, foot in the door. And then from there, based on the information they're able to gather, I think this is where we're going to be seeing these really dynamic strategies then come through.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, we do see, you know, a set of default nuances coming through from these teams, like Team UMBRA taking their rotation down from school over towards Potato Island, and then a little bit, Potato Island, wow, Potato Hill, and then a little bit down south, closer to those ridge lines to ensure that they are in a position, you know, just with those compounds to get themselves looted up, but they're fairly uncontested. So, I mean, following suit with that, we have a few teams doing the same things. They're keeping to their strategies. And the rotations, the time at which they're going to take the rotations, I agree with you. R8 Esports, they could take that push into Rozhok, potentially finding GEEKAY Esports, but it's going to come down to that timing, because I mean already, you know, that third team, 1 million Esports here towards Georgiapool, no longer a threat. They've already moved up closer to center, and for other teams like R8 and Twisted Minds, it's going to come down to that timing that they deem is necessary to finally take that rotation, because then potentially at that time GEEKAY might have already moved on.
Well, they could have, but before we get back into it, right, I just wanted to say a big thank you there to Ida, because you know, that engine sounded amazing.
Oh yes.
Right. Oh, it is. Oh, thank you so much for that. I mean, that was really good timing also, right, from Ida to do that right when the camera was on them. You gotta love it though. But as we see, with regards to vehicles, the teams, of course, now starting to lock in their rotations. Got 1 million now climbing the side of the hill here, trying to move in towards that northern position up in Chinky. But as we know, NIGMA Galaxy already positioned up ahead. But we are going to be seeing a little bit more of an influx of teams this time around, starting to converge in towards that center zone, which is not really all too strange, because that is what we usually have round about our first Erangel of the day, right? Teams starting to move in a little bit early on, but as we get into the later Erangels, they kind of change up the strategy, right? They really bring in a little bit of that different dynamic, looking to keep everybody guessing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you also have that handful of teams in this exact Erangel dynamic who will stick to the outskirts. So R8 Esports, Seoul Esports, obviously OOREDOO Thunders in most cases generally would be one of those teams as well, just purely based on their rotational path from Military Base Island. And they stick to the outskirts just to get a better idea of what's happening. I mean, you can take a look at Seoul Esports now making that rotation over from Primorsk. So quite a further rotation compared to the other teams, but it's going to leave them with less contention. They're not going to be finding anyone anytime soon, as we can see, because everyone else has moved into center.
As we've seen also, there's been quite a few benefits at points for teams to enjoy the edge positioning a little bit longer, right? Just holding on those sides while we can, while the masses kind of look to get themselves sorted out in that center zone, right? I mean, we did see that strategy work quite well over on towards a map like Sanhok. It worked really well over on towards Miramar. But Erangel is an entirely different beast. I mean, you got to be really accurate with your timing with regards to when you choose to move into zone, should you try and adopt this little bit more of a, delayed push up in towards the zone. Because if your timing's a bit off, you could be running straight into that hornet's nest. And as we can see, there's several teams already occupying this space up in towards that zone. And now, with the zone shifting, with the slight inclusion of that Sosnovka Island, all the teams are mainly focusing their positioning on towards at least the southern coastline of the main island.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's an opportunity, obviously, for these teams just to get themselves better situated. 1 million already taking a very close and contentious rotation alongside GK here. And, I mean, just alongside them, we've got NASR as well, already picking up one little cheeky elimination over there towards Ragnar. So there is an immediate push here for GK Esports now to recover their numbers and reset themselves.
Well, and let's see whether or not there is going to be any reset coming through here. I mean, it is going to be Ali now just rushing on forward. Already a nice bit of a show of aggression coming through here from the side of NASR. This is quite a comfortable position for them. I mean, they have control of this northern side. And the majority of the teams, of course, being focused a little bit more towards that southern edge. So this does allow them a few opportunities. But looking at the positioning now coming through from the side of 1 million, NASR definitely going to have their hands full trying to cover all these different angles.
Yeah, no, this is what we like to see. This is really the test of these teams putting themselves into the gauntlet, basically. We can see POWR already spotting out NIGMA Galaxy. Al-Hajj repping a few nades, just checking out what is happening and trying to find a good line of sight over towards NIGMA Galaxy here.
Well, those lines of sight are going to be quite important, but as we know, right, POWR, quite an aggressive team, able to lock in so many eliminations. As we know, coming into today, sitting on over 60, I think it was like 67 if I'm not mistaken. So some pretty impressive showings of aggression coming through here. So NIGMA Galaxy, they might have their hands full, but now looking at Kante, just trying to play this edge. A good bit of a distraction, right, allowing their teammate there, Al-Hajj, to move onto that slightly more elevated angle, looking to see if they can play those vantage points, and the answer is yes. Al-Hajj now just lets it rip, looking to capitalize. Up they come, looking for a little bit of that continuation. Rauf now just trying to find a bit of an opportune approach, but I mean, once Al-Hajj has got their eyesight locked onto you, there's no real getting away from that.
Oh no, whatsoever. You're just gonna have to hope that you are faster. But oh, look at this coming on through here from D7H, picking up those final pieces. And now we see NIGMA Galaxy, unfortunately, bidding the Erangel server adieu, and they will have to wait for the next one. Moving on over to Seoul Esports here with OOREDOO Thunders. What an interesting rotation both of these teams have made. I mean, we expect OOREDOO here, but Seoul, what an interesting shift they've taken.
Yeah, not a really not a crazy rotation, right? I think this is a nice calculated move coming through from them. And now to add into that, of course, we do have the players there from Twisted Mind. Also taking a little bit of a 3-1 split, right? We can see Fidan Dummy just holding alongside Ragnarok with Anas going closer towards that center zone. But now with this phase moving in, Anas taking a near immediate turnaround. It's like, you know what? Maybe it's not going to be necessary for me to scout it out even more. I think the position that we're in, it might suffice for now.
Oh yes, no, there's a good opportunity just for them to just relax and to continue their current positions. But of course, we can see Virtual Gaming also making quite a later rotation, moving on in through from Shelter. So a little bit of a fun opportunity for them because they're going to be very late to the party here and moving in from that eastern side. It's going to be stacked, DK, especially with this current rotation. We've got for Kurdistan Falcon Esports, we've got GEEKAY over there, Team UMBRA as well. So I do hope they continue with that northern trend and just take a different route in.
Yeah, there is going to be quite a bit of congestion though, especially towards that northern edge. But I mean, we're also sitting with quite a bit of congestion towards that center and the eastern side with the players there from Kurdistan and Falcons, trying to find more of an opportune approach. But it's going to be both these teams now mobilizing themselves, and this is where a position like we see coming through from UMBRA could be quite a position to capitalize on, right? They've got that line of sight and that good vantage point on towards both the players here from Kurdistan and of course the side then from GK. So I think it's just a matter of time before we actually start seeing those hits now start to connect on through. But if they escape UMBRA, we of course have the players there from 1 million, position not too far away.
Not too far away, but again, so close in contention. We've got GEEKAY Esports here. Santa, as we like to call him, just picking up a lovely little a knock over to for Kurdistan, but now trying to look for that confirmation is going to be a tad more difficult here. As you can see, smoke's being popped, and recovery now needs to happen.
Well, recovery is going to be quite important. Let's see what Santa has in their bag for us. Maybe a few surprises here and there. But Legend is not going to be allowing too much of that gift giving to come through just yet. Instead, they are going to be looking to apply a little bit of pressure, but keeping a very steady look onto the players there on the side of 1 million. But UMBRA, they're not going to be two-phased. You can see them now starting to move a little bit further on forward. Falcons following suit, but the shots are connecting up as we can see those hits coming in. And this is the kind of turnaround that we have, right? The players here from Kurdistan, they looked like they were trying to find a good position. They moved in, they secured themselves a decent position. Now they get to turn the tables on the teams that were lying in wait for them.
Oh, surprise. These teams are going to be in for a little bit of an interesting one. I love this position from Falcons. Well, from Damar specifically, it's a little cheeky. It's also a little risky, but it could provide some very interesting opportunities here. Shadow in already, just applying that pressure, might be forcing Falcons to make that split into the zone. Just regroup, keep the numbers going.
Well, those numbers are going to start to dwindle as we now look onto the players here from Virtual Gaming, getting met by quite an aggressive force from R8 Esports, but Zeus will find a great angle then on towards Prestige. And now, this is going to be that opportunity for the players here from Virtual Gaming to try and quickly just get a little bit of more of a stronger standing point. As we see Ida now just also trying to just bring in a quick few responses while they try to get that res back up onto Woods Prestige, but the heads will continue to rain on down. Down goes Gaddafi now, and this is a little bit of a worrying position, especially now for Virtual Gaming, right? That whole strategy that they tried to bring in now seems to be slightly crumbling.
Absolutely. Alpha Luigi just trying to make a dash into the zone, trying to keep the Virtual Gaming name alive. It will be a tough battle. As we can see, that rotation on into the zone is going to be absolutely stacked with the teams, and this is what we're going to be expecting, those numbers to start dropping like absolute flies, because all of these teams are going to be stacked up and ready to pick up those eliminations. Ooh, well, we love those explosions.
Eliminations definitely what they'll be getting, as we can see now, but as we move over towards that southwestern side, there's going to be Twisted Minds and GEEKAY now trying to fight their way for a little bit of a more favorable position, but it's going to be Dami now to get spotted out as Al-Hajj is added once again. I mean, yeah, Al-Hajj really finding some great opportune angles to capitalize on, and this is now Kante and the rest of the team also looking to just bring in those reinforcements. And I'm going to stick with what I said about Al-Hajj before, right? It is like that Terminator add-on that's been added for the side of POWR Esports. There's some very phenomenal performances coming through there, as we've seen already.
He just needs the hat and the giant coats, and then sorted. We need to get like a custom skin for Al-Hajj, and then they will be sorted. They will be the Grim Reaper here. But as we take a look at it, the Terminator is going to come on through as the rest of the teams are going to jump on into the action. OOREDOO Thunder's just alongside Titans here on the ridgeline, and this is where that ridgeline becomes a very difficult opportunity, right? For Titans, they've got a few members standing out back trying to get those flanking opportunities, and then the rest trying to sneak on around OOREDOO Thunders here, because as soon as they make that jump across, they're going to be spotted.
Well, I mean, a lot of spotting coming out, right? Even Kante now just trying to hide, but it's not going to be on the books as Reva steps up, blows that vehicle to smithereens, taking Kante with them. So a good showing coming through here from Conqueror Iraq, and still a very phenomenal kind of amount of hard cover they have to still try and utilize from this point. I'm loving the reach. I mean, you can see Titan also now just trying to sneak their way back into the zone, down in the water, trying to utilize that extra bit of coastline. Meanwhile, the players there from Seoul Esports are going to be feeding the pressure as the angles now get found in towards them. GEEKAY comes in, but GEEKAY now, of course, have to pay the price, as POWR Esports just reminds them that they are not entirely alone.
Surprise, surprise, welcome to the absolute fire. Now taking a look at this, the rest of the teams making some fantastic rotations, but of course the fire is heating up. These teams really in a difficult spot. As you can see, Falcons unfortunately once again caught between a rock and, well, the POWR team. So now they have unfortunately said their goodbyes as POWR looks towards GEEKAY Esports here. Again, what a reach across for them, but they have the line of sight, they have these opportunities, why not take them?
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come down to just what's happening in the camp, right? But as we see now, speaking about camps, there's going to be the players here from Slimefork AT looking to just fortify at least this first initial position, right? The temporary homestead while they get their numbers back up. But 1 million is not going to be allowing any of that as Marshall sends through an absolutely devastating nade right on towards Koa. And now Storm Pronto need to find another approach. They need to find a way to get themselves out of this really pressured situation. And they could maybe opt for slightly more northerly focused play, but that would of course put them right there in line of sight of the players from NASR and of course the R8 Esports team.
Oh, I love this risky play coming through here from UMBRA. I'm just watching this rotation into the zone. Again, extremely risky. I mean, you can see just 1 million power just applying the pressure to them, trying to make that rotation. But for, I mean, all intensive purposes, they look pretty set up, at least towards that northwestern portion of the zone, and they will be left to their own devices as we have the rest of the teams towards the south, towards the north, towards the east. You can even see R8 Esports now feeling a little bit of that pressure as we were talking about it. Miracle finding the perfect connection here, and the rest of the teams, they're going to have to battle out just for controlling points of these zones.
Yeah, that's where the challenge lies. You can see it is a heavily congested zone. Now NASR looking to dial up that aggression as they move on forward. Oh, but Gringo now having to duck down is going to be eyed out, just finding such an opportune position. The rest of the team, of course, relaying quite a bit of information as to the whereabouts. But now, let's see what they can do. Up comes the hits, and it is going to be Ali to be put on down. And off they go, right? It is the end for the players there as NASR now having to pack their bags up. But up comes Virtual Gaming Alpha Logi, capitalizing on the carnage, locking in the players there from R8, and they also then pay the price as Marshall spots them out and just continues the absolutely insane chain fighting that we're witnessing.
It's good to see everyone trying to look for the opportunities to pick up these crazy eliminations. You can even see Pronto now just trying to hide on into the smoke. Is actually going to be spotting out Marshall, maybe even for an opportunity to turn around to 2 players there from 1 million. We'll keep a track on that elimination feed. But now Conqueror, Iraq, GEEKAY, they need to set themselves up here.
Oh, they're definitely looking to do exactly that. But Titan is not going to be allowing any of that as they step on forward, closing it off. And now we are down to only 8 remaining teams in Titan Gaming, looking like quite a formidable force at this point. But of course, they are going toe-to-toe with POWR. Aziz now getting taken right on down. POWR already sitting on 11 eliminations to their name. An absolutely insane amount of hits that they've been able to find so far. But all of that being said, though, down to 2 players, position towards that southern edge now is where the hard work comes in, right? The teams need to get themselves repositioned back into contention towards that zone. But here we are, right? The teams now having to try and play through this phase, looking to find that next opportune moment to strike, and this is where things are going to be getting quite tight for these teams as they move further and further forward. OOREDOO Thunder trying to get at least this western side of the zone under lockdown, but it's not going to be that easy because Titan Gaming, they're reaching all the way across from the east, having such a great vantage point, just capitalizing on that elevation and applying so much pressure down on towards them. I mean, I feel so sorry there for Twisted Minds, Ragnarok, as we can see them, the only player currently set up within the zone. They've got nowhere else to go.
It's going to be a difficult time. You can even see that last remaining member there of Slimefork AT also being caught out now as OOREDOO Thunder is trying to make their approach over here towards the western side. But I mean, they've got Soul Esports behind them. They've got Ragnarok, you know, snaking in the grasses right up ahead of them. So it's going to be an absolutely impossible time. But as we can see, that replay from Alpha Luigi, the triple spray down, DK. These players are really lighting it up.
Yeah, but as we know, right after that triple spray down came the finisher. And speaking about finishers, it is going to be looking like a Hemo and Soul are going to be looking to move on forward to close it all up, right? They've got their eyes set on OOREDOO Thunders, and look at the shots, but it's a very good defensive play coming through now. Omar cooking up the nades, cooking up the mollies, looking to send them in, looking to find those last few hits in the health bars. But it is going to be the side of UMBRA come in with a third-party angle. And I mean, this is such a difficult position, but also super exposed.
Oh, absolutely. You can see Axa just waiting for that little pixel, just waiting for PRZ to make a false move, just to peek out a little bit too much to the left, and then bam, there's an opportunity. But now it is the calm before the storm. We can see UMBRA with that massive rotation that they took earlier on, just now in an opportunity to capitalize. At least not before Al Hajj is going to be finding their location.
But yeah, I mean, look at this position now. Teak just playing this loot box, you know, having quite a few extra surprises come through from it as they do find a nice angle there on towards D7. Gets the confirmation. And now, Al Hajj, the only player left now for the side here of POWR. But I'm loving the aggression being shown here by Team UMBRA as well as Titan. Really looking to get the zone under lockdown. Oh, a lot of hits now connecting up, and that is going to be the side of POWR Esports getting sent on back. It's down to only the African teams holding on to this lobby. So already today, the teams are looking to change up the proceedings that we've had over the previous 2 days. We know our very first match, both days, went over to the Arabia region, but it is, of course, none other than Titan Gaming stepping up with such an aggressive angle and, of course, stealing that winner chicken away.
Oh, we love to see it. Like you said, finally we're breaking the pattern. We started with that same pattern yesterday, and now finally Titans have brought the answer after their crazy winner chicken dinner yesterday to pick up their second over onto Erangel. Oh, what a way to make a statement.
Absolutely exciting action coming through, and of course, no shortage of aggression across the board as we saw so many teams hitting those double digits, right? I mean, we know the players there from Titan Gaming hitting the double digits. We did see the players there from POWR Esports also hitting those double digits. So some very, very impressive performances coming through yet again. But of course, as we know, right, that was only the very first match, and that does, however, set the standard and the bar for the proceedings for the day quite high.
Absolutely. I mean, if this is the way that we're, already starting, if we're jumping on in with the absolute action that these teams are bringing in, and extremely risky plays. I mean, Team UMBRA making that rotation right in the middle of every single one of our teams, just so they could secure themselves that northwestern rotation. Oh, that is a risky play, but I'm so happy that it paid off, at least in some way for them.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of paying off, right, we have to give a big thank you out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So much love going out to Monster Energy. And we know, aside from Monster Energy, we also have our awesome autumnal treasure for our viewers that they can participate in within that in-game. So be sure to head on over into the game itself and go complete your daily missions to get yourself some pine cones. You get those progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees a reward, and the items already drawn will be removed from the prize pool. And, well, they won't be repeated. As we also then know, the UC cost does increase with each draw, and the autumnal treasure voucher can be used in this event at their specified UC value. Now, the event rewards are sent via mail in-game, so remember to collect them. If you see those red dots, it means that you maybe might have missed something somewhere in the game. So be sure to head on over to your in-game mail and claim your prizes. Is any luck with that nutty backpack yet?
Don't remind me, okay? It's been rough. But let's go quickly take a look at the highlights from that amazing Erangel game.
Again, some pretty insane plays coming through. I mean, what a way to kick it off, right? Day number 3 getting off to an absolute bang. But as we know, speaking about that, of course, we have to take a bit of a look and see what the point situation is, how many points these teams were able to secure going through this match, and where they find themselves. And of course, here we see those double-digit elims coming through. Titan Gaming and POWR Esports sitting quite comfortably on 11 and 13 to their name, awarding them a grand total of 26 and 21 total points respectively.
Oh, it was an absolutely spicy Erangel that's moved on through. But of course, it doesn't stop there. We still had a few more teams picking up those double digits, at least in terms of the overall points. So Esports team UMBRA making a play for some really good points to add to the overall tally. All right, Esports picking up those 8 eliminations. I mean, we saw that triple spray down, so it was quite surprising, but they really pushed on through one way or another. And then as we go down, there is a few more points that are going to need to be awarded for some of the teams. We have to take a look at the second page, however, just to see how they might have translated and if there were any trips to the bakery.
Well, the answer is 2, right? It was for Kurdistan and the players there from NIGMA Galaxy taking a quick stop for those donuts. But as we see, of course, we still have the players there from Falcon, NASR, Virtual Gaming, Conqueror, Slime, and of course 1 million still locking in those points. So 1 million, of course, picking up those 4 additional eliminations as well. So still quite an aggressive performance coming in across the board, as the teams have not really, you know, like they've not gone the opposite direction. Instead, it does seem like, you know, we're only having that increase in the performance coming through from these teams.
Absolutely. No, they've really been stepping it up. And as we're moving through the days, as we're moving through the maps, we are seeing those slight adjustments that are showcasing why these teams are being so competitive and why they're able to really change up the standings. I mean, Titans, they weren't a team we were talking about in terms of winner chicken dinners. I mean, coming through from PMPL Africa, we know they are a very contentious team, but we didn't get to really see that Titan-esque performance until yesterday. And once again, today, we started off with that exact performance. And at one stage within Erangel, we were taking a look at their position. We were like, it's not looking too good. How are you going to make this work? But they did nonetheless.
Well, of course, now another thing on the topic of making it work, right? Let's see how these teams are making their points work for them as we hop into our overall rankings to see what the point situation is. POWR Esports now just making quite a bit of a move here, right? We saw them starting off the day, not sitting up in pole position, but now they are, right? 145 points to their name. Absolutely glorious play coming through. I mean, those eliminations almost about to hit the century as well. They're getting so close. But Twisted Minds and OOREDOO Thunders now increasing the gap between them from 1 point over to 2, right? So, of course, they just got moved down a slight smidge, but we also then see the players there from R8 Esports still keeping up quite a bit of a contentious position, but we got a few other teams now joining us on the century.
Oh, absolutely. And what a way for Titans to make a leap up into this first page, all the way from 11th at the beginning of today, now into 8th position, and obviously joining the Century team. So we've got every single team on this first page in triple digits. Absolutely phenomenal work from all of them. But we have to take a look at the second page to see where the other gaps might be forming, right? We had Titans finishing off with 102, 1 million, sitting with 92 at the moment. So only 10 more points, and then they could be finding themselves in a match or in a little bit of a twinning situation there with Titans, and there's still an opportunity for the rest of the teams. I mean, 92, 91, 90, it's peanuts between these teams at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, what's not peanuts is the slight bit of a gap we see forming between 11th and 12th place, right? It is sitting on, well, if I'm not mistaken, that should be about 24 points, give or take, somewhere in that ballpark. I think I'm actually quite on the money with that one. But I mean, from 12th place to 16th place, right, there's only 9 points separating these teams, so that can easily change within one game. But it's going to take that extra little bit of focus, especially for these 5 teams sitting from 12th to 16th, right? Team Falcons, NIGMA Galaxy, Virtual Gaming Squad, NASR Esports, and CONQUEROR Iraq, really to put their focus in and just lock in those performances, because it is going to take that extra bit of work for them to catch up to the teams sitting up into, 9th to 11th place. As we can see, there's still a little bit of a gap, but as we know, that can be fixed in one match. One match is all it takes for either of those teams to just leapfrog back up into contention.
Yeah, and I mean, at the beginning of this MEA champs, none of those teams were in my head as teams that we would be expecting on that second page whatsoever. I mean, Falcons, NIGMA Galaxy from PMPL Arabia, their performances were cataclysmic. I mean, Falcons, they won PMPL Arabia all the way from 13th in the league stage to 1st in the finals weekend. They picked up ridiculous points. Same can be said for NIGMA Galaxy, our previous MEA champs. So there's still a massive opportunity, and I think they're lurking around, right? We saw what NASR put up yesterday. They were one of the most quiet teams, and bam, they get a winner chicken dinner, 28 points a game. So there's definitely still opportunities for these teams to really bring it.
Well, we know they still have quite a few tricks up their sleeves, and we cannot wait to see what they have, and of course at which point they are going to be looking to unleash the beast within. But as we know, of course, we are getting ready to move over into the lovely desert. Of course, it is going to be Miramar to see what these teams are going to be bringing on forward. Now, as we've seen over the previous 2 days, right, Slime 4KT, every time that we get into this very first Miramar of the day, they walk away with that winner chicken dinner, right? Now, I'm curious to see whether or not they'll be able to replicate those efforts coming into today once again. Or could we have another team potentially looking to dethrone them from, their title of the first Miramar chicken dinner?
And another team looking to break the pattern, as it has been the theme of the last, or the first 2 days at least, of the MEA champs. So now that we've already had Titans breaking the mold for the first map, we have to see that coming through for the second map, which does mean that unfortunately a PMPL Africa team can't be winning Miramar. No. We need to see that action coming through from the PPL Arabia teams, but it's going to be up to the teams whether or not they'll stand for that, and whether or not Slime 4KT will stand for someone taking their throne.
Well, it does hurt a little bit when you put it that way, but I'm low-key hoping that it is a PMPL Africa team. But of course, let's jump in and see exactly what they have to work with. The flight path is going to be starting down on that southern edge. We can see the lovely Val del Mar down below, followed up by a little bit of that Minas del Val Chumacera, but it is going to be staying on that southern edge. Of course, making its way across over towards Impala. So it is quite limiting as to where the teams can reach. As we can see, the southern edge, we do have a few teams that are going to be feeling quite happy about it, like Titan Gaming, as we can see them looking to get themselves situated. But of course now they are going to be having a little bit of that extra company to share the area with. But I'm pretty sure if the teams are committed to those northern positionings, we'll very likely see them just hop in a vehicle and get them resituated to their more opportune looting phases or looting positions.
Absolutely. And again, the question is going to be on my mind if we're going to have that complementary zone, or if Miramar is once again going to be an absolute beast and just show. I mean, hey, we might even see that zone all the way to the north, and then, well, the teams definitely are going to have to take those trips to the north, DK. They're going to have to get into those vehicles ASAP.
Yeah, ASAP indeed, as soon as possible. But who will be those teams to do it? And of course, we are waiting in anticipation to see if there's going to be any need for the teams to move. And the answer is yes, indeed. They have no choice, because the zone is going to be forcing them as far up north as they can go. But due to teams now dropping on top of each other, we already see quite a few sneaky, cheeky hits coming through. I mean, Slime already picking up the first 2 there, with NIGMA Galaxy losing 2 of their players. We've got Conqueror Iraq and Titan Gaming also down to 3. It's not quite sure if they started off with 3, but either which way, it is definitely the side of NIGMA Galaxy to face a bit of a rough start here.
Yeah, unfortunately not the way that you would expect to really start your game off, but it's going to have to happen. Enigma Galaxy hopefully will be able to recover those losses a little bit later on with some cheeky eliminations of their own, as we wait and see how these rotations are now going to pan out, as it has become a dash for the north. The race to the finish officially, as Hamodi just tries to get a little bit of that revenge hits coming on through, but no connections just yet, and they will have to just focus on keeping the duo alive. I mean, we saw what Rauf did yesterday on Miramar as a solo, right? We saw that triple nade coming through in the final zone. So imagine what these two can do as a duo.
Yeah, it could be quite devastating, right? As we know, never underestimate any of these players. They will always make you swallow your words and maybe your hands alongside that, as you can see. Just what happened in this early stage. It was a very fortunate play coming through here from Koa, but it's no surprise to see it being Koa, as we know. They were quite the aggressor coming through from PMPL Africa. But now, NIGMA Galaxy having to find a little bit of a change up within their approach, right? Still slightly behind the players here from Slime, keeping themselves hard on their heels to a degree. But it does seem like NIGMA might be opting to maybe get a bit of a breakaway and make a run for that more favorable setup within the zone already.
Yeah, just avoiding either Twisted Minds or Slime 4KT as they make their approach. We'll have to wait and see where they will end up and where the other teams will as well. As we can see, Falcons, they're just up ahead here of Conqueror Iraq, who are making their approach as well into the zone. So Falcons potentially going to be continuing up into the northern positions. Hopefully we'll be seeing some of the teams starting to take control of these northern portions. As we know, the entire northern band is free and open for the taking, just purely based on that crazy flight path that we had. But now Ida might be in for a little bit of danger. I'm not sure if Falcons will actually be stopping here, and if they do, we'll obviously be looking for a little bit of that open end, and then the double off again. We had Koa, and now we have Ida picking up 2 with the UMP.
Wow. I mean,
The sneaky plays, we love it.
Respect to Ida, right?
I was worried. I mean, I was worried for him.
No, that was the opportune strike of note. That is what you want to see. I mean, wow. That is that's insane. That's like that's a next level performance there. Just waiting in anticipation. But what luck was that though for Ida? Because both the players that came forward, none of them had anything in their bag. They were all just running around in their birthday suits, and that was it, right? It's like, you know what? There you go. But of course, you know, the lovely Miramar vehicle shenanigans coming through as well, as we did see with Slime. In case you missed it, we did see the replay. And in case you missed the replay, just rewind it a little bit and just rewatch it again. But of course, we are going to be continuing on looking now as the players here from NASR look to get themselves a little bit more of a strong position, right? Moving further up towards the north and going all the way there towards Cruz del Val.
It's interesting to see this Miramar starting off the way that it is. Again, it's the sheer chaos is because of that flight path to zone combination, right? Because we had such a discomplementary combination, these teams are forced into these crazy situations that we weren't expecting before. I mean, I definitely wasn't expecting a 2K twice, like within like what, a minute of each other, also with the UMP. I mean, come on, this is just ridiculous. But as the teams are going to be moving on in, these eliminations are going to just form a great foundation for later on, just for the later phases of this Miramar, and hopefully those teams will be able to capitalize and really bring it home.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lesson to be learned from this, right? If you want to get the jump on someone, the UMP is your friend.
Yes.
Right? That's it. So if you ever see players running ahead of you in its early stages of the game, maybe go for a UMP. I mean, it works in PMPL, MEA Championship, so, you know, it might work for you too. Don't keep me to that, but, you know, who knows. If it works, then you can let me know on social media. If it doesn't, well, maybe I guess you could also still let me know.
It's definitely not going to work for me, so DK, I can tell you now. It's not going to work. Nothing will work for me, but it's okay. I'll have someone else get the backpack in my steed, but instead it's going to be Ragnar now sending out a little bit of a nade, hoping for that connection on to Never Alone here, who is, well, currently very alone, very isolated from the rest of Falcons, only down to one other member, so they'll have to play hide and seek here with GK.
Oh, that was nasty. I mean, wow, Never Alone thought they could maybe hop on the box to hide away. But of course, there's windows, right? So the window working out so phenomenally there for Gaith and Ragnar, being able to land those hits. Now, Powerful, well, needs to move away, disengage with their tail between their legs, and just hope that they can find a more suitable position to move into, and maybe hope for a little bit of that longevity to come through now.
Yeah, unfortunately it happens, but you know what your role is in this situation. These teams have been through this so many times. I mean, we can count, honestly, just a million times literally in the last PMPL Africa where that has to that's the only strat that you can work with. I mean, Senki on Sanhok, that is the default strategy. If you take a look now at Powerful, well, unfortunately, you just have to continue the name. But as we take a look at the rest of the teams, still yet to make the rotation within the zone, we've got Seoul Esports and OOREDOO Thunder still over towards Los Leones, Virtual Gaming a little bit closer to Minas del Val, a little bit, you know, a little bit further away from Chumacera, but they still need to take a rotation closer, as well as Titans, unsurprisingly, with 1 million. Now entering here towards the eastern side, right alongside POWR Esports. So we'll be curious to see if they do stop in Al Azhar and do manage to find the team of POWR, or if they will be continuing on forward.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. And of course, now speaking about POWR and the players there from 1 million, we also then look over on towards the players here from Full Kurdistan, who are going to be rolling down the mountains and having a few shots there from the side of Team UMBRA being sent in their direction. Also then CONQUEROR Iraq are going to be looking to take aim onto the players from Falcons, but also GEEKAY just south of them, really close to that loot drop. So there could be a few additional surprises to come through here for CONQUEROR Iraq. So let's see what they'll be doing. But of course, we still have quite a few teams out in that blue zone trying to find a more opportune approach. It's no stranger to the players there from Titan to be dealing with this kind of situation. As we know, they like to drop down in towards Valdelmar and Los Higos. And of course, up they come looking for that positioning now. But, I mean, OOREDOO Thunders, Seoul Esports, Virtual Gaming, they also now have to find that opportune approach. And the zone is going to be forcing them to move further and further north, right? Moving much closer up in towards that water treatment positioning. And this is where things could get interesting because we also have a slight bit of Oasis being in play. And we haven't really seen teams being in a position where they could really leverage that kind of, terrain.
Yeah, I mean, this is for me in the last few months, this is the closest we've ever had a zone finish towards Oasis. So we'll have to wait and see if they're still going to continue that northern pool or if we will be centering up once again. Either way, these teams now forced still to make that dash into the north. Thankfully for the teams moving on in from the south, we would expect a lot of these teams are getting closer and closer to the center of the zone, maybe even more towards the north. So it should give them that space to move into the southern portion of the zone. But it's going to be up to them to actually make it happen. As we mentioned, POWR and NASR also just currently finding one another and looking for those confirmations. Kante, Alhaje, oh, look at those HP bars, DK, just not healthy at the moment.
Yeah, it's a little bit on the tough end, but let's see, right? Maybe Patika's got a good answer to that, so who knows? It could have a bit of a surprise outcome here. Of course, now Patika going to be looking for those hit markers up in the smoke, but it is going to be a little bit of that return fire. Nice bit of a back and forth. It is now down to Kante and D7 looking to see if they can play these more ranged positions. Kante, of course, on the front line. But we did see that great assist now coming through from D7, finding the angle up in towards the side there of NASR. And Patika now quickly having to patch themselves back up.
This is going to be a fun one. Now, it's down to 2 members here from POWR Esports to continue the name forward. And here for Patika, it's an opportunity for them to completely stop them in their tracks, especially Kante at D7H, a little bit further off. I don't think they'll be spotting them anytime soon. But potentially the rest of the team can jump on in here. And again, we have to consider all of the other teams that will be moving on into the vicinity, right? The longer that this takes, Seoul Esports could actually be one of those teams moving on in now from the eastern portion to jump on in for the third party. Or maybe it might be 1 million Esports if they move a little bit more towards the south.
Well, let's see where these positions are going to be going. Oh, look at this though. D7 just showing that trigger discipline. But such skill on the trigger though. I mean, those Mini 14 hits coming out quite quickly. I mean, that is single tap for anyone who doesn't know, right? Every shot you see is one tap of the button, right? On the screen. So, I mean, to see them fire like almost an auto, I mean, that is pretty impressive. I can't even move my fingers that fast. So, a lot of skill coming through here. But of course, now, not only skill, the teams also they need to bring in those tactics. And the tactic here for NASR are going to be to get themselves positioned up into the hardcover.
No, I prefer that, right? At this point in time, we've got so many teams now moving into this vicinity. They're going to be in an opportunity for those third parties, as we saw. It was very close there with Ella, but now there's an opportunity here for the rest of the teams to get themselves situated as well. We have seen all of our southern teams that had to make those rotations now slowly but surely joining the party as that zone will be closing up. This is where the question lies. Are we going to head to Oasis and see a little bit of action, or is it going to go somewhere else that I'm not excited about?
Well, it's somewhere else we're not excited about. So, it is what it is. I mean, we also have to try and deal with the RNG, right? That's at play here. Sometimes they hear us, other times they just ignore us. But either which way, the teams will have to play regardless, right? They have to now look to get themselves repositioned into a little bit more of a favorable position, especially teams over towards that western edge. But 1 million NASR and POWR, they can continue with the aggression here. Of course, it is going to be Venom now looking to cook up a few of those nades. Patika waiting for that opportune moment to strike. Looking on as Lazy Boy now starts to rotate on forward. And this is where things could now start to play on out, right? Venom just capitalizing on the fact that their teammates are distracting the remainder of NASR.
Oh, this 2-2 split from 1 million is a classic play for them, bringing the two aggressors and then just ensuring that they have that backup, they have that opportunity to fall back on should it come to it. But as we know, they've got Conquerors applying a little bit of that pressure. We've got NASR still not going down without an absolute beautiful fight here. So it's going to be a bit of an interesting one here for 1 million to actually execute this properly. At this point in time, NASR, they're feeling confident, they're looking strong.
Yeah, as we know, right, they showed up quite a bit yesterday, but are they going to be able to replicate those efforts? We can see a nice effort being put in by Ali, looking to keep the pressure onto the side there of 1 million. But I think Venom is going to be posing quite a bit of a threat to the advances for NASR, because, you know, if NASR wants to try and find a little bit more of a range assault, yes, sure, they can do that, as we can see already CONQUEROR taking a little bit of damage. But it is going to be Venom and LazyBoy now right here on the front line, with the addition of course, CONQUEROR and the rest of the squad now rolling on forward, that are going to be putting up quite a bit of an aggressive front to the side here of NASR.
Oh, you can see these sprays coming on through. Venom just looking for that connection, jumping on into the action. And Batika just has to relocate, has to disengage, try and get those HP bars up, while the rest of 1 million are taking a few losses of their own.
Well, let's see. Oh, it is going to be Venom to go on down. Now, NASR looking to hold strong. CONQUEROR is also down. It's up to Marshall and LazyBoy, but Marshall trying to flank around the exterior here. Gringo trying to keep all these angles under lockdown. Gets the confirmation, so no more info coming through from LazyBoy, but Marshall now moving on forward. It is going to be Ali and Gringo to push on forward, and with that, put a bit of a stop to the advances here for 1 million.
Oh, that... did we really just see that? What? Okay, no, NASR, listen, we talked about them yesterday, just towards the end, picking up that massive game. And now, once again on Miramar, they just look calm, collected, they look confident, they look like the NASR that we've been expecting, DK.
Oh, could this be though? Could this be a kind of a bit of a bounce back coming through from NASR, right? Slime just holding to the north of their position. So let's see where they're going to be going. Of course, Kante now just looking for that opportune rotation. He's going to be opting for a little bit more of a southern reposition. As we see, Soul could be providing a little bit of an obstacle for them. But on that north, it's still going to be the players here from Slime now trying to leverage their position towards Virtual Gaming, who have just made their entry up in towards zone. Of course, rolling their vehicle, off it goes, up in smoke. And this could be that opportunity, but CONQUEROR Iraq also then coming in with a very quick response for them. So Virtual Gaming in such a challenging position.
Oh, no, it's not going to get any easier anytime soon. CONQUEROR Iraq now looking to step on up, taking a page out of NASR's playbook here, and hopefully going to be looking to capitalize. As we take a look at this now, there's going to be an interesting one for them, as actually we get that confirmation they've only started with 3 players, so they are a foot behind, but Alpha Luigi is down, so this is as equal footing as we can get. Now Virtual Gaming making that push up the ridgeline, but what kind of an opening can they find here, DK?
I don't know, but they are going to be trying to create something. I mean, Rio is going to be trying to stop them from finding anything. As you can see, the utilities now getting sent out. But Virtual Gaming trying to play the ridgeline, trying to play the terrain to their advantage. But Galaga just pushed on high. Is going to be just looking to capitalize the vantage point. Spots under one shot. Down they go. Gaddafi quickly managing to try and apply a little bit of that heal strat. But now Zeus trying relentlessly to get that head up into Galaga. Galaga not going to be backing down. And this is now going to be forcing the players here from Virtual Gaming out in the blue zone to try and find a more opportune approach. But I'm loving the absolute refusal coming through here from CONQUEROR Iraq.
Oh, let's keep it on up. Let's see what they can really bring to the party here, as Gaddafi is going to make a dash to try and stop the Riz. Hello? Look to your left. Hello. Hello, we saw that happening. Okay, Gaddafi, unfortunately, not going to be working with this one, but Zeus now has that information. They know exactly where CONQUEROR Iraq are hiding out.
Well, hiding can't last for all too long, right? As we know, teams still need to get themselves repositioned back up in towards that zone. I mean, you can see Galaga and CONQUEROR now trying to at least lock in at least some kind of an anchor point. But they are going to be facing off against the players there from For Kurdistan. And now it's going to be Zeus finding Rio. Gets the knock. Up comes the confirmation. Down they go. So even though Virtual Gaming might not have had the most successful run, they're still able to find a little bit of those eliminations to try and make up for it though.
Yeah, just a little bit of a surprise, right? Just a little bit of something in a potential here. But Slime for KT, what an opportunity for them now. Moving on in, hopefully they will be able to get that res onto Koa, because we know what Koa can do. We want the full force of Slime for KT moving on into the rest of this Miramar map. And now NASR, oof, this is going to be a tough battle for them, trying to jump into the zone here. Hopefully they will be opting for more of the northern approach.
Well, I don't know. Maybe a northern approach could be the thing to try and utilize here. But let's see where it goes, though, because, I mean, they still have a few options. Definitely the eastern approach is going to be quite a bit more challenging. But if we look towards the north, we do see that beautiful vacancy, right? So it could be on the board for them. But it's all going to come down to how they look to play this one out.
Oh, there's going to be an interesting one. NASR now making that approach. And I mean, here, DK, again, how would you even handle the zone? I mean, it's just absolutely stuck to the brim with no opportunity for cover.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of cover to utilize at this point in time. As we can see, there's quite a bit of terrain to play from. But the hard cover, very, very limited. The only available options that we did see, of course, already is occupied by the players coming through here from GEEKAY, R8, and the side of NASR. So it is going to be limiting the positions, the options now for Twisted Mind and Soul to see where they can push towards, where they can get themselves situated. Also for Kurdistan are going to be looking to find a bit of an opening, at least on that northern position. But now a NAS getting found out here as Rauf steps up with the shots. Beautiful spray down. That UMP doing its thing once again. And that, of course, is going to spell disaster now for Twisted Minds.
All I see in Miramar now is a UMP. Is this the gun for Miramar? Is this the gun you should have in your arsenal? Well, the teams are starting to prove that point quite correct. Now, Seoul Esports picking up 7 eliminations. Moving on in now from the southern eastern portion of the zone. It is going to be quite contested, as we can see with Slime 4KT and R8 Esports currently holding the line a little bit up towards the north. We do see NASR and GEEKAY holding some very interesting compounds as well. With Gringo out in the open, trying to just make an approach right now, but it's not going to be an easy one for them to try and recoup and regroup with their teammates. But for the rest of the teams, some really good positioning.
Yeah, and that good positioning and really now having to try and work out favorably for these teams, right? As we know, they're going to be looking to find a bit of a saving grace, right? Trying to find that anchor point, that starting point from which they can just lock themselves down and rain down terror. Now, NIGMA Galaxy trying to utilize the smoke road, UMBRA also going to be looking for a bit of an opportunity, right? Trying to quickly sneak themselves back up in towards that zone. Well, there is, of course, quite a bit of a pressure now being applied on towards them. Gary Boy has been found out. PRZ now trying to sneak on up. But so the players here from For Kurdistan, it's such a beautiful setup. Quite a bit of a vantage point they have now at their disposal.
Quite a bit indeed. R8 finding already Thunders there. What a beautiful, beautiful set of eliminations we see. Seoul Esports actually now picking apart Slime 4KT bit by bit. We still have a few numbers in the mix as well, but it is starting to dwindle quite quickly here. As we can see, Team UMBRA just welcoming NIGMA Galaxy with open arms and some very heated barrels.
Yes, and of course, quite a few more heated barrels to come on through. As you can see, Legend now trying to find this hits. Does pick up the head on towards Hamodi. Now down to Rauf, but it is going to be the end of the road as Darwi sends it in with the UMP once again. Now, as we move on through, 21 players still alive, 7 teams remaining, but it's going to be Morteza to be found out while trying to cook up that nade, just being too exposed for slightly too long. Players from For Kurdistan looking absolutely amazing within their position, but now they need to drive it even further. They need to get themselves repositioned up into the zone, and this could be that opportunity now for the players from R8 Esports to capitalize on them on those hard cover positions that they already have well secured. Now, Shadowin also trying to create a bit of an opening, right? Just that breathing room so UMBRA can get themselves back up into the zone.
Just a few opportunities just lurking in and about the midst, but now we do see For Kurdistan taking a few shots here towards NASR, looking for the openers. But again, all of this happening outside of the zone. They still need to make an approach in and find themselves a good bit of cover. We can already see that zone currently controlled by R8 Esports and a little bit of a touch there of Koa from Slime 4KT, while the rest are fighting for some kind of control, really.
Well, let's see who the control is going to go towards, right? For Kurdistan, already putting up quite a formidable performance, applying so much pressure to all the teams within the vicinity. But now, it's all going to come down to who will get themselves situated into that zone. It does really seem like this could be the zone. The players here for R8 Esports just to look to capitalize this prestige, sends it over to Morteza, finds a beautiful knock. But now looking for that closure, looking to get that last extra bit of aggression dialed in. And that is going to be the end as Morteza gets picked up. And now Shadowin trying to find a bit of that continuation. R8 already sitting on 9 eliminations and several more opportunities still lie ahead for them.
Few more, as we can see Darby just picking up beautiful hit after hit after hit. And again, it's the UMP DK. It seems to be the gun for today. It seems to be the gun for Miramar.
Well, let's see where it's going to go right now. Batika, we're just trying to sort out that backpack, making sure that they only have in it what they need for this final push. But of course, I mean, R8 still looking phenomenal. All 4 players up. Zone is going to be absolutely blessing them for this position. And now we can see Ragnar here from GEEKAY trying to make that last stand, that final push. Moving forward as the zone comes in, it is a bit of a straight back and forth. Ragnar finds a great angle with a good assist coming through from R8. And that is going to be Ragnar now just picking up a few more elims. But now NASR are going to be moving into position, spotting out Ragnar. And before they can even let loose that nade, the slimes come through and it puts an end to them.
NASR with a helping hand there, but unfortunately they were also the end for GEEKAY Esports. Now we take a look here at Port Kurdistan still holding the line up against R8 Esports, but they're sandwiched in between NASR as well. It is such a difficult opportunity. Even Koa as a solo is starting to pick up those eliminations. Everyone looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, but Goa are not going to be backing off without a fight, even though they're the last remaining hopeful left for the side of Slime. And they are going to be facing off against Batika, the last hopeful for the side of NASR. But this could be very well the match now for R8 to win, right? They already have 12 eliminations to their name. NASR sitting on 9, but we could still see that absolutely surprising performance coming through now from Batika. I mean, as we know, it ain't over until it's over, and these teams are going to try and just capitalize on every and any opportunity they can find. But it's going to be SK Ton and the remainder of the players here from R8 Esports now, looking to just get themselves spread out throughout the zone. And with that, they want to just lock it down and lock in that winner chicken dinner.
That is the hope. But Koa still up here in the vicinity, looking to make a play, looking to make something happen. Now the dash has to come on through, and SK Sun, they will spot Koa out. That is going to be the end here for Slime for KT. But now DK, it's all up to Batika in a 1-on-4 scenario.
Oh, they do find that first hit up in towards SK Sun. Now up comes Ida and Bandar. The shots raining through. Batika still in quite a formidable position here, but it is going to be ever more challenging as it is R8 to step forward, locking in that winner chicken dinner. Of course, those numbers really just working out in their favor, and what a performance that was coming through from R8 Esports.
Oh, it was a lovely finish there for Miramar. I feel like we had a lot more teams in contention for that winner chicken dinner. It didn't really feel one-sided up until any point, until obviously we had like a 1v1, v4. Then we kind of knew what was going on. But before then, we had such a good representation of so many teams within the final zone. It was fantastic. And what is happening with the UMPs today?
I mean, the UMPs, they just do their thing, right? They're quite a devastating weapon. But as we know, if yielded in the right hands, it does even more amazing things. So well done to these teams. But of course, we are going to be jumping into a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back in a short few moments.
Design, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces new gameplay with 8 new skills that provide players with more intriguing match experiences. This time, I'll be introducing the Healing Smoke skill. When using Healing Smoke, you'll throw a Healing Smoke grenade, which restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. In conflict-ridden areas, this skill provides smoke grenade-style cover that obscures enemy vision, while also allowing you to recover inside the smoke. In turn, it saves your team some recovery time, allowing them to engage in combat more often. In the late stage of the match, players will burn through supplies more quickly than before. As such, Healing Smoke can help you avoid running out of meds. When your team is moving around, it can be used as a smoke grenade to provide your team with more protection. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Let your imagination run wild and explore more interesting ways of using skills. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Imagine this. You're surrounded by enemies at the edge of a cliff. To your front are fully equipped enemies. To your rear, a sheer drop. So, what do? You can try using the new skill, Gliding Doll. With Gliding Doll equipped, players can soar into the air and unfurl a puppet to glide. The puppet will unfold right away when used in the air. Gliding Doll is versatile and allows players to easily escape. When trapped at high altitude, you might be able to stage a comeback by striking the enemy with a sudden counterattack. As Nusa, the new 1x1 kilometer map features terrain of varying elevation. The Gliding Doll's skill is well suited for traversal while avoiding lengthy detours. Players can make use of their agility to ambush enemies, provoke them, or engage in a ton of new tactics. But keep in mind that when gliding in the air, there won't be any cover, and it's easy to get focused down by enemies. Pick your moments and use it carefully. What other interesting ways of using Gliding Doll can you think of? Skills will be available in Gearfront between September 29th and November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There's no time to lose. Hurry and try it out in PUBG Mobile.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MEA Fall Championship. Of course, quite a bit of action already happening in our very first 2 matches that we've seen. And of course, quite a bit of excitement following suit as the teams are really keeping it so competitive, so challenging, and just having everyone work so hard to try and secure those points. And as you called it beforehand, you said based on the trend that we saw, an Africa team is not going to be stepping up and locking in that winner chicken dinner.
Don't blame the Sunby.
Yeah, if you have any thoughts on that, please direct them towards us. In the meantime, we're going to be showing a lot of love going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues, as they are legends and you know, they always give you the necessary energy you need. Of course, also enabling quite a bit of these monstrous plays that we've seen out on the battlefield. So much love going out to Monster Energy, but also then for our viewers, we have our lovely autumnal treasure that you, of course, can then utilize with in-game. But we'll get to that. Let's first take a look at the highlights. Alright, so some crazy plays coming through there once again. But as I mentioned before, we do have our autumnal treasure that's also ongoing as well, so you can participate in game. Now, in order to participate, you have to complete daily missions to get the pine cones and the progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of those pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees a reward. The items already drawn will be removed from the prize pool and will not be repeated. Now, the UC cost increases with each draw, and the autumnal treasure voucher can be used in this event at their specified UC values. Now, the event rewards are sent via mail in-game, So remember to go and collect them.
Absolutely. And DK, you keep asking me what I want, and you know what I want. I want the backpack. What do you want from those wonderful treasures?
Ooh. I mean, that's an interesting question, though. I think I'd take the parachute, right? Because it's also a little bit nutty, right? I mean, I just like the nutty things in life. So, I mean, sure, why not, right? Maybe I was a squirrel before. I don't know. But either which way, maybe I'll take the parachute, maybe the bag, I mean, the backpack, whichever one. It'd be pretty cool. I mean, honestly, I'd probably take everything because, you know, why not? Get a complete full set. It just looks so much better.
Absolutely. No, hey, free skins, they equal skill, as we know. Without the skins, you're not going to be hitting those shots. But let's go take a look at what kind of shots these players were hitting in that previous Miramar. It was absolutely stacked there towards the end. So thankfully, we've got some very, very, very clever people doing the math, because I could not. With the R8 Esports team taking 14 eliminations, I lost track at 7.
Oh, yes. I lost them at high because it was just so insane through this entire match. But as we can see also, aside from the players there from R8 Esports locking in the 29 points, we also then have NASR coming in with a 9 eliminations. Seoul Esports sitting on 10. Slime 4KT picking up a grand total of 14 points, with the 4 of those coming through from the eliminations. Then, of course, Team UMBRA, right? Up in 7th place, 1 elimination, but fortunately, that's the placement points. Right? The placement points really doing the thing for them, ensuring them those 5 points. But the top 6 teams, at least, walking away with the double-digit figures there. But as we now take a look at that second page, you can see it was quite a bit of a struggle out in the desert.
Yeah, it was an extremely top-heavy Miramar. I mean, as you can imagine, we've got teams sitting in 5th and 6th position with 10 eliminations. And those are your top teams, so naturally there was not a lot left for the rest of the lobby. We have a few, teams taking some trips to the bakery, Titans and 1 million respectively. They are no strangers to one another, so it's okay. They will enjoy their donuts together while they get ready for the third map, as we will see with the rest of the lobby. But as we know, these are just the match rankings from Miramar. Now we have to take a look at the overall rankings to see what possible changes there could have been on there. Already, we're seeing these teams picking up some beautiful jumps. And I mean, look at that one. R8 Esports right at the top.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a beautiful rise coming through from the players there of R8 Esports. We know before the match, right, they were sitting up in 4th position. But now, those winner chicken dinners, just doing so many favorable things, of course, putting them up at the top, and some great consistency being shown there. I mean, look at the balance, right? 75 to 77, really great figures to have. Of course, Twisted Minds just showcasing their talents, right? They have just been absolutely blessed with a positional play, sitting on a grand total of 90 placement points to their name. So really, if you want to know something about rotations, it's definitely going to be Twisted Minds. Could be one of the teams you'd be paying a little bit more attention to.
Absolutely. Just in terms of consistency as well, they're a fantastic team to mimic. But as we know, the rest of the page is still looking pretty good. We're seeing those triple digits now filtering into the second page as well, so that showcases just exactly how hot and heavy this competition is getting. Still a massive opportunity for teams to close those gaps. But now is going to come back to our second dose of Erangel, so second opportunity for some of the teams who do prefer the greener side of life. And now we have to wait and see who's going to be that other team to rise to the top, who's going to be breaking the mold. Maybe it's an African team, maybe it's an Arabian team. Maybe it's not someone we've been expecting just yet.
Ooh, I'm going to opt for that, someone that we've not yet been expecting, right? That could be the most surprising performance, and we'll have to wait and see whether or not that is going to be on the cards, as the teams, of course, are getting themselves now ready, getting loaded up. That brain is warming itself up as well. But, of course, we aren't going to be waiting too much longer to see what that plane has in store for us. Let's jump on through, and, of course, we are going to be starting over towards the lovely quarry, as we can see down below. So again, a very southern flight path coming in, so very similar to what we had over in Miramar.
Absolutely. And I mean, you were talking about, someone we haven't been expecting. I mean, if we take a look at our top standings, the only team that is literally without a winner chicken dinner in our top 9 teams, is POWR Esports. They still need to pick up a winner chicken dinner.
Well, power to them, right? Maybe it could be exactly what we'll have next. Who knows? But aside from them, we still need to see a chicken potentially come through for UMBRA for 1 million, FALCONS, NIGMA, Virtual, and CONQUEROR Iraq. So, I mean, any of those teams have the opportunity now to step up and show us what they can bring on forward. I mean, of course, we just saw Al-Hajj there already sitting on 38 eliminations, right? That is insane, but no surprise because we know Al-Hajj is a beast. Look at the damage, right? 7,400 over the 5,800 behind them. And while it continues, I mean, Al-Hajj is definitely dominating our MVP positions.
They're the Terminator. We said it. They need the hat. They need the coat. They need to bring in that energy for the rest of... Okay, hold on. Let me just calm down. I'm a little bit too excited because we have a zone towards the military base island. Okay, this is what we've been waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
This is what we've been needing. On Sanhok, I need cave. On Erangel, I need the military base island.
I almost thought for a second you said on Erangel you need cave, and then I was about to say, well, good luck, because...
No, I caught you. I'm
I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention. But yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting shift, especially with the Zoro now sitting down south. But as we look on, we can see that the players here from Twisted Minds find themselves up and alongside none other than POWR, R8. And of course, a little bit of that extra 1 million spice just towards the north. So a very contentious start, at least towards this northwestern side of the zone. But I do think that this congestion is going to slightly dissolve as the teams will look to get themselves situated. But in the meantime, elsewhere, we do see, of course, Santa running right over one of our UMBRA players.
Hey, what's happening here? Again, these vehicles are just popping off better than the UMPs are this time around. So on Miramar, we look at the UMP. On Erangel, we just look at the 4 wheels. That's the only way to get eliminations, as we can see. But the rest of the teams will be proving me wrong shortly as they are looking for those loots. They're looking to get themselves kitted on up for this crazy rotation. And just to keep, some of our viewers in check, as we know that zone really centering up towards that military base island, the first 3 teams that we do see currently taking residence within the military island are, unsurprisingly, OOREDOO Thunders. We also have Virtual Gaming over towards the dock side of things. And then we've got CONQUEROR Iraq, who've just crossed the bridge line in. So they, alongside actually Titans now, they are some of our first few teams actually making that trip in.
Yeah, I was just about to say that Titan Gaming also now starting to venture down south, right? And it does seem like they are going to be venturing towards the lovely Novo. So Virtual Gaming could have a few unwanted visitors heading in their direction, but we'll be keeping an eye on that feed to see what is going to be coming through as the teams now continue to look to apply the pressure. And of course, speaking of pressure,
Yeesh.
Terminator stepping up here.
Yes, Mr. Terminator.
Yes, because he said to Anas, "Get down," and then it's too far, so Anas didn't hear that, and then
I mean, just the control that's coming through from these teams, right? We were talking about that single fire control. We're talking about literally Al-Hajj with iron sights at that distance, finding an elimination. These teams are absolutely cracked to the brim with absolute talent.
Yeah. I mean, because I've tried that and all I hit was trees. So, well done to them, though. I mean, there's a reason why we are talking, why we are casting this and not participating in this event, because we lack the skills that these players possess. But of course, they are showcasing some really amazing talents as we now look on. As the players here from Titan, they've been able to sneak past Virtual Gaming and now look to get themselves positioned down on towards that southern edge of the coastline. POWR also venturing over on towards the lovely island here. So we can see them now coming through on that western side. And if they continue a little bit further on, they are going to be finding themselves in the company of CONQUEROR Iraq.
Few surprises lying in wait, but as we know, a lot of these teams making those initial dashes into the military base island, because for all intents and purposes right now, that is looking like a prime positioning. And of course, these players, they know a lot more about this game than we do, so they know what they're doing. We do see obviously a few teams still heading towards the main island, because we still have that opportunity, some botations happening as well. I want to see if they are using the best boat skin in the game. It's all esports, so I'm counting on you. I'm hoping that you're using the best boat skin in the game, but we'll have to wait and see for that one. In the meanwhile, we're just waiting to see if Hemo will be spotted out here by CONQUEROR Iraq, who are sitting poised and ready for these rotations.
Yeah, well, let's see where these rotations will be taking them. Of course, we do have a little bit of that splashy action. Hemo now could be sleeping with the fishes.
It's because they didn't have the skin.
Yes, they don't have the blubber duck.
No, that's why. That's why this happened. That's
You
the
need the
whole
blubber
reason.
duck. When you're going, especially around the southern edge, you need that blubber duck to blend in. And that's just how it works. We've seen it utilized so many times. And Hemo, unfortunately, will get sent away. And now, hopefully, the rest of Seoul Esports are going to be focusing onto the coast instead of trying to rotate around the southern edge, which CONQUEROR Iraq obviously has under lockdown.
Absolutely. As you can see, the rest of the rotation, that should be the indication for these teams now to take an alternative path. As is, you know, the scout's job to get that information. Hemo was the scout in the situation, so unfortunately for them, they had to make that sacrifice. But hey, it's for the greater good here of Seoul Esports. We can see for Kurdistan also now making a rotation there from Milta POWR. So a bit of a longer rotation for them, but they should be able to get themselves in a very favorable position. Just a little bit worried to see if they're going to head either towards Nova with Virtual Gaming or a little bit more towards the southern position with Titans. In the meanwhile, we do see OOREDOO Thunders. Unfortunately, they have lost a player, so not feeling too great about that one.
Yeah, I mean, but it is what it is at the end of the day, right? You just gotta face the obstacles, pick yourself back up, and just continue to push further on forward. Speaking of pushing forward, 1 million, they've got a very clear pathway to push, well, on forward, right? There's quite a bit of distance for them still to cover to get themselves safely up in towards that zone. But NIGMA Galaxy and NASR could start facing off right here on the coast. Of course, we can see NASR are out in the drink, looking to get themselves on towards that southern island. But I think the interesting part that could potentially come through here, aside from the shots now being fired by Batika, could be once that next zone shift comes through and moves north, and then all these teams are going to have to retrace their steps, similar to what Batika is doing now, just retracing their steps back down that ridge line, and instead trying to regroup a little bit closer towards the rest of the team.
Well, that's exactly why we haven't had every single team making that trip into the military base island, because at this point in time, it's still a 50-50. We can still see that shift over towards potentially Pachinki or Farm, as we can see in the minimap, or potentially it will actually go to the military base island, but then you've got a 50-50 chance of being right. So teams, they will be taking their relevant gambles. They know what they would rather, what kind of rotation they would rather have to deal with. And for some of the teams, it's a rotation back to the main island. For the other teams, it's a rotation into the military base island that they aren't quite, happy with. So they'd rather stick to the main island and get themselves ready for this next phase. So as we see, now the northern side of the zone, or the southern portion of the main island, should be taken up quite quickly as the teams are now finally making their rotations in Falcons. And GEEKAY will be one of the first to finally reach those positions.
Yeah, but I mean, you say there's a 50-50% chance, right? It's very unlikely for the zone to move north, but it still could change, right? It still could go either which way. Unfortunately for the teams, that's why I kept quiet a little bit there, because I don't want to, end up with a bit of that foot in mouth. But fortunately for the teams, the zone continues to stay on towards that Sosnovka military island. So this is going to be this is now where we'll be seeing the teams situated on the blue zone really putting in that effort to get themselves repositioned and resituated up in towards that southern portion of the map itself, right? OOREDOO trying to see what they can do alongside the players here from POWR, but still there is several challenging positions and quite a few obstacles still ahead of them.
Absolutely. And again, look, I said it could go north because I've been in those maps, where I've gotten excited. You've heard me get excited about that potential military base island zone, and then bam, PUBG Mobile just says no to me. So it always is an opportunity, but I'm so glad that that's not the case this time around. We are going to see these teams battle it out for control of that military base island. And as you can see, Batika now battling it out against NIGMA Galaxy here for controlling points of the ridgeline, or at least for some sort of space for them to finally make their rotation. They're literally stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, as NIGMA Galaxy are moving on in for that confirmation.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like able to spot Batika, so hide-and-seek champion for MEA, at least this season of it, is going to be none other than Batika, just getting a good hiding place there. And it does seem like NIGMA, once they figure out that they can't really find them just yet, they might either give up or they might full send it right on through, and they could go looking. As you can see, Lord, they're not satisfied, right? They're like, I know this guy has to be somewhere. Found him, there he is. Up comes the hits, and, well, great eliminated. Well done to Lord.
Surprise, surprise, these teams went on in for those confirmations. It's what we like to see, but of course, there's a lot more work up ahead of them. So for NASR, alright, they've lost one. They still have 3 up and Adam. They've got 2 already towards that military base island. 1 in the form of Ali still having to make that rotation. And hopefully they will be able to make that relatively uncontested, as we do see most of the other teams right up ahead of them. It'll be quite a bit of a swim, but they should be able to make it. Now, as we turn our attention here towards the military base island, things are heating up and lighting up. As we can see, Twisted Minds already taking a beautiful position here. POWR now finding a little bit of NASR action, and the rest of the teams should be following suit.
Well, let's see who's going to be following which suit, as there are several to choose from at this point in time. But it is going to be the position towards that northwestern side that will be suiting Twisted Minds in their approach towards that zone. Of course, we can see them now just steadily waiting to see what NIGMA Galaxy is going to be doing. I think NIGMA might be opting into the drink, because a rotation out through the blue zone, I don't think it's going to be all too feasible for them at this point in time. But, of course, in true fashion, Lord turns around, looks behind him, spots Fidan, and now it is going to be NIGMA Galaxy looking to put up a bit of a gatekeep towards Twisted Minds.
Oh, absolutely. They need to hold the line here, and we'll have to wait and see if they make that happen. As we can see, some crazy rotations that need to happen here. We've got GEEKAY Esports moving on in from Ferry Pier, looking potentially for the boats. Otherwise, they might have to make a very treacherous trip across that bridge line. We've got 1 million R8s, Twisted Minds making that rotation in, Slime 4KT as well, but that zone shift really going to favor OOREDOO Thunder, Seoul Esports, Conqueror, Iraq for Kurdistan, and POWR with their current zone-blessed nature. Of course, I'm opting a little bit closer towards OOREDOO Thunders because it is their home turf, but they are just slightly outnumbered when it comes to the vicinity of these teams.
I mean, it's only 15-1, so it's not that crazy, right? Yes, I'm joking. It is pretty tough, and I mean, it's going to be a pretty close call, especially now for OOREDOO Thunder, seeing that they're only down to 2, so they have to compete against 54 other potential players for position up in towards the Sosnovka military base. Already we see the players there from POWR moving in towards that center zone. Titan Gaming looking to join POWR there. And that could, of course, alleviate a little bit of the pressure, at least for OOREDOO Thunder. But UMBRA are going to be posing quite a threat to them. As we can see, UMBRA now moving in from that northern edge. So there's going to be still quite a bit of fighting here. Also, the players from Seoul looking to try and at least defend their own little bit of heaven that they've got up into the Sosnovka military island.
Absolutely, looking to just keep themselves in check, keeping that defensive line up. Titans also taking, unfortunately, a loss here and there. Axo with the vehicles taking those rotations. It was absolutely rough. Now, as we can take a look at the rest of this military base island, we still have UMBRA trying to take a better position, trying to get closer and closer here towards OOREDOO Thunders, or at least to try and spot out their current location. Again, as we know, information is key for these teams. Looking at the rest of the map, also just to keep you up to date with your favorite teams, Virtual Gaming and Falcons, heading towards that eastern side bridge, will soon be joined by Slime 4KT and Twisted Minds. The rest of the teams, such as 1 million R8 and, well, what's left of NASR there towards the military base island, or to the main island, will be taking that western rotation. And GEEKAY are, well, in the water right now, hopefully in a boat, taking that rotation into the military base island.
Yeah, they are on the boat because they can't move that fast if they were swimming. But either which way, we do see the blue zone also now doing its thing as Slime to get 1 or 2 of their players knocked out for the time being. Of course, they're able to still get those reses on through. But as we progress into these later few phases, damage coming through from that blue zone will be increasingly more difficult to, you know, kind of keep up with. But of course, still looking over towards that western bridge, it is going to be the players here from 1 million and R8 looking to kind of find some form of resolution. Not quite sure why these teams are still so far off positioned, as they know, right? The blue zone is only going to eat more, but for the time being, they're looking for that opportunity for that quick escape. It is going to be Venom and Lazy Boy now maybe opting for a bit of an attempt to get themselves over this bridge. It does seem like R8 will allow them safe passage, at least for the time being.
Well, that is going to be the hope, but as we can see here, alright, Esports, they're still focusing on those HP bars and waiting now. 1 million going to be making the dash. They will be left uncontested, so a very peaceful opportunity for them to continue on. My only concern would be for R8 Esports now. If 1 million knows that they were busy hiding there, they can set up a beautiful catch-22 here.
Long catch 22, 23, whichever one you want to go for, there's going to be several opportunities. But that blue zone, of course, now being the MVP so far, right? Just finding head after head after head. We can see the players now just joining back into the safety of the non-blue zone, rather. Coming in with the health pass, not being all too optimal. But also quite a few opportunities still out in the blue, as we can see Ali there from NASR finding that head on towards Goa. Storm very close, but pulling up behind the players here from Falcons. So quite a few hurdles still to try and jump over. But let's see whether or not they'll be able to get themselves repositioned back into the safety. OOREDOO Thunder are going to be locking down at least this northern approach. So Falcons also will have quite a few challenges before getting themselves up into the zone itself.
Quite a few challenges indeed are at Esports now. One of the next teams up for these challenges. You can see Sanhok just trying to apply some pressure, but they also need to just focus on getting into that zone. Those blue zones, they are absolutely hurting the HP bars. We can see Marshall just narrowly going to be making it potentially into the zone. We'll keep an eye out to see if they will drop. Nope. Looks like they would have made it, so just by the nick of a hair, they do make it in. And now the rest of the teams need to follow suit. R8, we've got Twisted, or Dami at least from Twisted Minds, they still need to get themselves in. We obviously have Ali from NASA also as a reigning number here, trying to get themselves into the zone.
Oh, I mean, this is kind of one of those thirsty plays that we were hoping for, right? As you can see, the teams now being quite limited as to where they can move in towards that zone, just staying ever more towards that southern edge. Of course, all these rotations now trying to get themselves ahead of the blue zone. It's going to be quite a bit of a challenge, as R8 now are experiencing that firsthand. We do see Freak also just behind them, getting knocked on down, but now Titans facing a few obstacles of their own in towards that more centered zone. And this is where the pressure now continues to build, because we got 1 million joining in zone. We got POWR and the players there from NIGMA Galaxy already pretty well set up. But now Falcons turning the attention down on towards players here from OOREDOO Thunder, but it's going to be a warm welcome from not only Falcons, but all the other teams held up in the vicinity.
Oh, it's just going to get crazier and crazier from this point on, especially for OOREDOO Thunders. Because of the position that they hold, they can be the gatekeepers here. They can keep this position still in check within the zone. But Falcons, with their superior numbers, are going to be looking to basically evacuate the team here from OOREDOO Thunders from this position. They want the real estate to themselves. So now the cleanup crew has to come on through. They need to clear out these angles.
Well, let's see who will be able to get that done, though. It's going to be Hamco. Hamco now just holding on. You can hear the footsteps all around them. They could be so careful with these angles, because as we know, there's several eyes just focused down on towards them, but it's not going to be needed though, as Falcons move on forward, finds the angles, and with that, it is going to be also then the players from Twisted Minds getting sent on back. OOREDOO Thunders backing their bags up, off they go, getting sent on their merry way with one elimination. But now Storm trying to bring in that last bit of a performance here now for Slime. It is going to be Miracle looking to keep up that defensive line. Bit of a drop shot. Oh, and there we go. Storm holding it up, putting a stop to NASR.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that is just what a way. What a 1v1 to make this happen. But again, it's not over just yet. We still got 12 teams in the vicinity looking for their opportunity. For Kurdistan now moving on into GEEKAY's current territory. Going to be finding Santa looking now for the remainder of these players who are snaking in between the grasses. You can see Ragnar already finding a trade.
Oh, but now this could be that opportunity for Hope. Maybe to get a few extra chunks of change. Now, Anaconda up ahead trying to get that raise. Out goes the nade. Is it going to be on the money? Oh, it's so close. Darby losing a little bit of health there, but now up comes Hope with the AK. Close range spray down. That is absolutely brutal. And now it all turns to Golden, who finds the opportunity on Hope, and down they go. Fortunately, we still have Ragnar right there, but it does seem like Ragnar will instead focus their efforts on that zone positioning instead of looking to apply the pressure here. But a bit of a gatekeep has never hurt nobody. So you can see Gaith also keeping a very watchful eye, trying to see if they can maybe spot out that extra bit of an opportunity.
As we take a look at this, oh, the zone once again, just looking for that KD. And Gaith just showing us a lovely, bike touring opportunity here towards the military base island. For all of its crazy action, it is still a lovely, peaceful opportunity for a little bit of sightseeing. But of course, now the rest of the teams, they're looking for those winner-winner chicken dinners, and that is going to mean they need to close this gap between themselves and the zone. At least here for GEEKAY Esports, they're on the cusp of getting themselves into a fantastic position.
Yeah, but I mean, the confidence has to be insane, right? I mean, who goes biking at this stage in the game? Right?
Confidence, man. Confidence.
That's what I'm saying. It's so insane. But of course now, it's going to be the players here from Seoul Esports also trying to find a bit of an opportunity. Omar, Weiss, Rauf looking to create their opportunity. And now it is going to be a rain down of nades. Oh, but Omar gets found out as Riva sends it in. And Gaith now abandoning the bike for the bullets. Instead now finds the knock up onto Weiss. Rauf trying to move in, but they're held up langs Ragnar. Ragnar gets traded, and now all the pressure turns onto Gaith. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to get these final few hits, these final bits of confirmation up onto Rauf. It is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, but these raids can still reach on through. Gaston, a great opportunity, and that is why Gaith goes biking at this point in the game.
Oh, yes. No, there's no opportunities like the present, but now... Oh, already Esports moving on up. Is going to be finding one, looking for the second, but is literally on fire and not in the way that they were looking for. Yusuf is going to find that final opportunity, but now...
Oh my goodness.
GEEKAY, don't you love that? Don't you love that kind of a shot?
Wow, wow, wow. That was absolutely insane. But of course, as we know, right, there's more of that insanity about to come as we are down to our final 4 teams. The zone, currently completely vacant. Nobody holding on to the zone itself, and it is all going to be down to where these teams will be getting themselves positioned in towards. But now let's see if Titan can maybe secure themselves some kind of a position.
It's going to be up to them now as we take a move on. 1 million. Interesting position from them, but again, they have to take that focus into the zone. They have to take that trip on in, and it is going to be a crazy one because, as we know, we have the likes of CONQUEROR, Iraq, we have the likes of those solos from GEEKAY Esports, or Gaith in particular, still being alive and looking for some opportunities. And then Titans, they've already picked up that one winner chicken today. What is going to stop them from picking up a second?
Well, we don't know just yet, right? Probably nothing. Let's go with nothing, right? But now Gaith, feeling all the pressure come through. Reva trying to get that pop up into the vehicle. Is going to be P6 to find Lazy Boy in the meantime. But let's see whether or not Gaith is going to be able to survive this. Alongside Rio, they are the only 2 players currently holding on to zone, right? The rest of the lobby is still having to move on forward. So there's 10 other players yet to make that transition. And now Marshall is going to get found out there by Buncher. And this could be such a great opportunity for Titan Gaming.
Oh, let's see it happen here. Senke moving on in, finding that connection to P6. That could be a little bit more of an opportunity, but again, there is a lot of blocking of cover. Again, so difficult for them to find these line of sight, to find these angles to work with because there's so much action, and as soon as they go just a tad too far, they expose themselves to the remainder of the rest of the teams within the vicinity.
I mean, that's where you want to try and kind of keep it under lockdown, right? Got to be so attentive as to these angles, and now Groza sends it through. Puncher getting found in an absolutely insane position. But now Teak trying to hold on. 1 million getting absolutely devoured by the blue zone. Senke about to get touched, and up comes the blue pushing on forward. The shots come in, and Galaga slams the door. And now it is our final 2 teams, or rather, it is Gaith up against the entirety of CONQUEROR Iraq. So it is a bicycle in a vehicle race. So let's see whether or not they're going to be able to secure it. Up comes the full sends. Those vehicles colliding along the way. Great opportunity for Gaith, but as we know, their fate was sealed. It was CONQUEROR Iraq stepping up, locking that in. But I gotta say, Gaith looking so confident. I mean, I think that, that was the first time in my career that I saw someone biking at that stage of the game.
No, look, when we talk about confidence, that's what we need to see. We need to see them literally biking in the face of danger, right? In those final moments. On a military base island, you take a bike trip.
Why not? You know, it's like, oh, it's a nice day out. Pew, pew, pew. Shots flying all over the place. It's like, oh, Yeah, let me go
What's the
biking.
problem?
You know, why not? Absolutely insane performances coming through from these teams. Gotta love the confidence being shown here. But as we know, right, that is yet another match done and dusted. That, of course, being match number 3. So that only means next up, we are going to be heading into a little bit of that jungle action to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through as we move over into the ever lovely Sanhok for all the excitement that it has to bring alongside it there. But of course, as we know, we are going to be having to give a big break, not a big break, just a quick break, right? We're going to be
Happy
taking a
break.
very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back with even more PUBG Mobile action.
I'm designer, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. I'm an animal, give me a color, give me a leaf and fly. Yeah, I'm an alligator, I got a smile like an innovator. Ring, come through, wheels are not burning.
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces new gameplay with 8 new skills that provide players with more intriguing match experiences. This time, I'll be introducing the Healing Smoke skill. When using Healing Smoke, you'll throw a Healing Smoke grenade, which restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. In conflict-ridden areas, this skill provides smoke grenade-style cover that obscures enemy vision, while also allowing you to recover inside the smoke. In turn, it saves your team some recovery time, allowing them to engage in combat more often. In the late stage of the match, players will burn through supplies more quickly than before. As such, Healing Smoke can help you avoid running out of meds. When your team is moving around, it can be used as a smoke grenade to provide your team with more protection. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Let your imagination run wild and explore more interesting ways of using skills. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Imagine this. You're surrounded by enemies at the edge of a cliff. To your front are fully equipped enemies. To your rear, a sheer drop. So, what do? You can try using the new skill, Gliding Doll. With Gliding Doll equipped, players can soar into the air and unfurl a puppet to glide. The puppet will unfold right away when used in the air. Gliding Doll is versatile and allows players to easily escape. When trapped at high altitude, you might be able to stage a comeback by striking the enemy with a sudden counterattack. As Nusa, the new 1x1 kilometer map features terrain of varying elevation. The Gliding Doll's skill is well suited for traversal while avoiding lengthy detours. Players can make use of their agility to ambush enemies, provoke them, or engage in a ton of new tactics. But keep in mind that when gliding in the air, there won't be any cover, and it's easy to get focused down by enemies. Pick your moments and use it carefully. What other interesting ways of using Gliding Doll can you think of? Skills will be available in Gearfront between September 29th and November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There's no time to lose. Hurry and try it out in PUBG Mobile.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile MEA Championships, of course. Quite a bit of action coming through across the board already, right? Erangel again, looking absolutely spicy, as we know. 3 matches, done and dusted. And of course, as we know, we also have to give a lot of love out to our sponsors as well. So Monster Energy, much love going to them, being our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course then, for the viewers, there's also a little bit of extra something special up in the game. A little bit of that nutty action, right? Of course, it is none other than our autumnal treasure. So be sure to head in game to participate in it. And you participate by completing daily missions to get yourself some pine cones. Now, you also get progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees a reward, and items already drawn will be removed from the prize pool and they won't be repeated. Now, the UC cost does increase with each draw, and the autumnal treasure vouchers can be used in this event at their specified UC values. Now, the event rewards are sent via mail in-game, so remember to collect them. And in case you don't know where that is, it's going to be those red dots you see down in the bottom right-hand side. But of course, as we know, we also then, speaking about nutty things, right, need to see just how nutty these teams were out on the battlefield, where they ended up with those points, and how that then, of course, impacts our overall standings.
Absolutely. Moving on into the absolutely crazy final moments on Erangel. It was so good to have that military base island finished, but of course we know that is going to result in an absolutely ridiculous match rankings. I mean, I would expect these kind of eliminations on a Sanhok, right? On a very third-party based map, but no, it was Erangel just purely based off that constriction of final space. I mean, we have CONQUEROR Iraq, we've got GEEKAY Esports, we've got Titan Gaming, Team FALCONS, and POWR Esports all picking up above 7 eliminations. So you can imagine why they are going to be adding so many points to their overall tally.
I mean, it was a super insane zone, right? That's why we love those sudden shifts, right? Because it's a slight shift into insanity, and it really pushes these teams to the limit to see what they can bring on through. And of course, we need to take a look at that second page as well. So the Slime for KT and for Kurdistan, at least, also then picking up their 3 eliminations, walking away with a total of 4 points apiece. But Twisted Minds and Team UMBRA being less fortunate, right? Not having the opportunity to play too deep and too far into this game. Instead, they've been sent to the bakery to pick up a few donuts before returning into the next match.
Absolutely no real opportunity to make anything happen this time around, but again, we still have 3 more maps just for today, and then another 6 in tomorrow, so massive opportunities. But let's take a look at those overall standings just to see where everyone is currently situated and how our top 3 are looking. As we take a look at it, R8 Esports currently leading the pack with 158 points, POWR Esports in second with 154, and of course GEEKAY within that 145 slots. So as we take a look at it, we know the top 3 teams will be taking those PMGC slots, but GEEKAY, obviously, coming into this, we already have those 3 teams with those slots available.
Yeah, and I'm loving the change that we continue to see even in the top 5, right? Because we know GEEKAY, they were sitting in 5th place before this match. Now, hopping up, scooting themselves into that 3rd place. So, even though these teams are such a formidable force, it's still a very contentious play across the board, right? So, we even on this first page, we'll see quite a lot of that movement coming through. But even more teams are going to be joining us on that century, as well as now we take a look at it. It's going to be the players here from 1 million, as well as all the players there from Kurdistan to be sitting at the top of the 2nd page. Of course, 1 million also now just heading up into the century play there. UMBRA so close, right? Only 5 points away from hitting themselves up into those triple digits.
Oh, it is looking spicy. The teams are set up and ready to showcase their best performances. And as we move into Sanhok, we know there's an opportunity for the third-party players. We know there's an opportunity for them to pick up some much-needed eliminations. But of course, what we don't know is what our viewers are thinking and how they are experiencing the content that we're putting out. So please go ahead and click on that link in the YouTube chats. If you're watching on the main channel, I know it is available because I've been chatting to you in those chats. Just click on the link. Let us know what you think about PMPL. Let us know how we can improve PMPL. We need your thoughts. We need your inputs. You are the ones consuming this content. We're putting it out, but we need to know how you are taking it in and how you are feeling about it. Other than that, we need to get ready for that Sanhok action.
Yeah, so be sure to give us your feedback, right? So any suggestions or anything that you might have, survey is the place to do exactly that, right? So hit us up, let us know. But of course, we also then getting ready to hop over into the jungle to see who's going to be rumbling on with those hits, right? Of course, it's going to be a great opportunity. Now, as we get ready to jump straight into the action, we know over on Sanhok, the flight path, not too important, right? But what is going to be that kicker is going to be where that first initial zone is going to be forming, right? We've seen a few dynamic shifts coming through with the zone. Some of that moving to be inclusive of that northwestern zone. We've had a few zones in which it was nicely centered up and the teams can just go about their business, right? But I honestly want to see the teams being thrown another little spanner almost, like what we had already in a few of today's zones, especially like what we had over on Erangel just now, right? But that slightly challenging zone coming through. I want to see that, especially now over on Sanhok.
Okay, but you need to give me a little bit more, right? So it's fine. We don't need to play the reverse psychology game here. What are some of the points on Sanhok specifically for you, DK, that are looking like a prime challenging zone?
Well, this one, right? This zone. This is a challenging zone. I kept it vague for a reason, right?
This man avoids my questions. He knows.
No. So, I mean, I kept it vague for a reason, and like when you're talking about positions that could be quite challenging, there are several of them, all right? We could at times see it up here in towards Paradise, where we already now have R8 and Virtual Gaming looking to duke it out. But also, we have seen quite a bit of contention coming in towards Bootcamp. But the more challenging positions are those positions outside of the named compounds, right? Those no-name places, that is where we see all the insanity really come through. But now, it's going to be R8 looking to keep up the defenses here. It is going to be Alpha Logi to get taken down. And Virtual Gaming, not even 2 minutes into the game, being our very first team to get sent away. And now, we jump from the one fight straight into the next. It is going to be Soul and Titan looking to settle a little bit of their differences over in towards the lovely ruins.
I'm just getting a sense of deja vu here. I mean, we had a team go out in the first 2 minutes of Sanhok, and now suddenly I'm seeing Soul Esports and Titans here towards ruins. What's happening here? But of course, Titans this time around, they are set up, they are looted up, so they are looking to get themselves that revenge play. They are looking to redeem themselves and take out Soul Esports. They won over towards Sanhok yesterday. Now, who's looking to be stopping them this time? It is going to be Soul Esports looking to set themselves up, and they've already done this. They've already taken out the entirety of Titans over towards ruins. And again,
yeah, they already have that. I mean, let's see. Maybe they could bring in a little bit of a surprise play. Maybe there's something around the corner that they have, you know, that they want to show us, that they want to surprise us with. Who knows? It could take a move in either which direction. But it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate up into ruins, right? I mean, neither Titans nor Soul are going to be looking to move up too overly aggressive. They know the importance of surviving these first initial stages. But look at the approach coming through from Titan. A quick distraction up on the roof. And that opens up the floodgates for the rest of Titan Gaming now to come rushing on forward. Full sending it on in. And Teak doing some optimal Teak things. And, you know, that's the end of Soul Esports. Absolutely crazy push. I mean, look at the health bars. Titan Gaming pulling a bit of a Matrix maneuver here.
They were Neo. They embodied the ideas of Neo, and they brought through their redemption, picking up that elimination, those eliminations up against Soul Esports, and taking control of ruins. So maybe we might see them doing a recap of that tomorrow, because it's one apiece each. The only team that we need now to pick up a winner chicken dinner and take Titans out would be Seoul Esports. They need to like come full circle, right?
Yeah, let's see where these circles are going to be going, though. I mean, you said come full circle. As we know, circles are usually full already. It's more acceptable when these circles are full of players. But it's only the first phase, right? So that is going to be changing up quite a bit as we progress on forward. But looking at the positionings that these teams have to work with, at least you've got one team held up in Cave, right? And that's going to be NASR. So we've got one happy airs at least on the side there. I mean, Cave is currently smack dab center zone, so your dream, your wish might be granted here.
I'm waiting. I'm just waiting to see it happen. I don't want to spoil it for myself, basically.
Oh.
I want to see it just happen on its own. I don't want to force it. I also don't want to curse it. Let's just see it, do its own thing. Like you said, it's that reverse psychology that has to come through. But of course, for the rest of these teams, it's those rotations that need to start moving on in. We've got CONQUEROR, Iraq, 1 million, of course, OOREDOO Thunders and Slimeful KT still on the outskirts of the zone. They still have much opportunities. As we know, Sanhok is tiny. 1 million, we're expecting them to just be picking up the heels a little bit,
Yeah. I mean, maybe. It could be, because we have seen 1 million change it up sometimes, right? Every now and again, they look to, maybe just bring in that extra little bit of excitement, that back and forth. And of course, speaking about excitement, it is going to be Ragnar to find their head up on towards Al-Hajj. I think this is going to be quite an essential part for the rest of the team's success, right? Because we've seen the aggression come through there from Al-Hajj, right? The faster you can deal with Al-Hajj, the better the rest of the lobby could potentially be performing, because, I mean, yeah, Al-Hajj is just a bit of a monster. But now, it is going to be the players here from GEEKAY trying to get that play on through. It is going to be Gaith, Mr. Biker, getting hit there by D7. Sadly, we don't see any bicycles right here over on Sanhok, and that's maybe why we just saw Gaith getting knocked. But Ragnar is going to be trying to apply a little bit of that saving grace on towards Hope, with Santa also now bringing in that extra bit of fortification.
Oh, as you take a look at the Santa now trying to get themselves repositioned. Kante moving on in for that elimination. But again, Kante is doing all of this very, very brave, because the rest of their team is a little bit split up. They're a little bit further away, so they can't immediately jump on into, try give the backup, try give covering fire should something go wrong. So it's still the rotations that need to move on in. Same can be said here for GEEKAY, and of course, as we know, they're looking to keep as many of their numbers alive moving on forward.
Well, let's see where these will go now, right? As we know, the teams they like to capitalize on these numbers. Of course, the zone is going to be allowing a continuation of the efforts towards Cave. So still, hopefully, that could be something that is going to be coming on through. But the teams are now starting to put a little bit more of their focus in towards the positioning towards the zone, right? We also see the predictions come through there. Sandstorm say it's going to be Titans. Henki says it's going to be Slimeful KT. Moa and Kode says it's going to be Twisted Minds. And Motaz says it's going to be none other than NIGMA Galaxy. So let's see how accurate those predictions are going to be. But for the time being, Twisted Minds are going to be having to do a little bit of work, right? They've got OOREDOO Thunder just ahead of them. Already found that first initial knock on towards Osama, but it does seem like the rest of the team here from OOREDOO Thunders, they've not disengaged entirely. Instead, just putting a little bit more distance to just quickly regroup themselves.
I'm still looking for those teams that haven't picked up those winner chicken dinners yet. So, I mean, your POWR Esports, your 1 million to Team UMBRA's, FALCONS, NIGMA Galaxy, Virtual Gaming, they need to step on up. We have enough winner chicken dinners for Twisted Minds, okay? It's enough. Let's start sharing it with the rest of the squads and see them really stepping up to the plates, because that would be a whole different story now for the overall standings as well. Taking a look at it now, I mean, R8 and Titans, they've already picked up those 4 eliminations, sitting quite pretty. But now we need to see some of the other teams starting to really level out the playing field.
Yeah, or maybe there will be a little bit of that leveling out coming on through. For the time being, though, we are still also then waiting for everyone to join the fight, to join the fray up in towards the zone. And who knows, it could get extra spicy. But it's still a little bit of a ways away. For the time being, players here from Twisted Minds are going to be looking to at least get the center portion under lockdown, right? But it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge. But they do, however, find a bit of a spray on towards Legend there from for Kurdistan. But you got to be careful because NASR are holding up right alongside them and make too much noise. And you are going to be drawing in that unwanted attention. And I mean, there's still 14 teams alive. So there's going to be a lot of attention that could be finding its way to your doorstep.
Absolutely. As we take a look at this now, NIGMA Galaxy setting themselves up quite beautifully here towards the southern western portion. So in terms of the opportunities that lie ahead of them, I'm looking at Titan Gaming when they make their final approach. And other than that, it's Twisted Minds just on the other side looking to potentially also provide some opportunities here. But again, as we can see, none of the teams really wanting to step into the fray because third-party action, DK, as soon as they start, there is that threat looming.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, once the party starts, it only ends when the match ends, right? So it's a little bit of that snowball effect coming into play as well. But an interesting position still being held here by NASR. I mean, quite a bold move. 2-2 split. We can see it is going to be Aziz and Miracle on that front line with, or rather, towards that more southeastern side, with the rest of the team holding on to center zone. So a good amount of information is available to the side there of NASR. So I'm going to be looking to see what they'll be doing with that positioning for the time being. It's a little bit of a standoff for the majority of the zone, right? The teams seem to be a little bit reluctant. They don't want to move in just yet. Instead, I think they are waiting to see what this next zone is going to be bringing them.
Oh, and I am waiting in anticipation. I don't want to say where I want it to go. I can say that I would love NASR to be zone-based because of their current position, and I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it up to the PUBG Mobile gods, please.
Yeah, as long as you don't cave under pressure, everything should be fine.
Let's say it. Oh, shush.
I said nothing. I'm just talking about, you know, what's happening here as the teams now continue to go about their business. You see, this is why I do this.
Yes. Oh, yes. I am so okay. There's still an opportunity for some really crazy finishes. Just embracing all of that water within the zone. Oh, it is really going to limit the teams and their current options, but also provide some very interesting potential final zones. As we take a look here at UMBRA, they've moved on into the northeastern portion, DK, and they have a very widespread approach. So that means that they carry a lot of control into this final zone.
Yeah, quite a few angles that they could leverage there as well. But it's all going to come down to how they utilize these positions, right? We can see also then the players from Falcons coming in behind them, and up comes the Vespa, one of the fastest vehicles in existence. As you can see, Carry Boy now being quite brave, looking to wield or yield that beast. I mean, much respect going to them. But also then CONQUEROR Iraq moving in behind them. We see a nice replay coming through here from PRZ, finding that angle on towards Prestige. So still a little bit of contention coming in towards that quarry position. But now, as we look a little bit further onwards, right, CONQUEROR Iraq looking to get this angle towards Falcons. And, I mean, these boulders, they do present quite a few opportunities for CONQUEROR Iraq. But Falcons, that split, it's just going to be such a difficult approach to really get under lockdown.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking at the spread of teams that we have within these ridge lines, especially towards the coastal points, right? Closer to the water, you allow yourself that opportunity to at least give yourself some space. You know, there's not going to be a team that's suddenly just going to appear in the water, so you have a little bit more time. But it is such a troubling zone and a troubling angle to really hold and defend. But it could be worth some dividends, as we can see a few more teams moving on in closer and closer to the waterways. Camp Charlie still pretty much open and up for the taking currently, waiting for those teams to make their rotations from the north. And of course, you can see 1 million here just trying to make a little bit of a dash towards that eastern side, maybe even go a little bit more to the southern portion, grabbing that portion of docks, perhaps?
It could be. I mean, but they still have that that waterway that, you know, could bring in a bit of a challenge. And of course, speaking about challenges, there's several of them strewn across this match. GEEKAY, and the players here from Slime 4KT. Also going to be facing off a little smidge. As we can see, Hope now looking to get even more elevation up on the hilltop. And what better way to do that other than hopping on the boulders? But now Slime, it doesn't seem like they are committed to moving in to that position just yet. Instead, They're going to be looking to alter their approach ever so slightly, and this could, of course, then result in them pulling up alongside the players here from OOREDOO Thunder, or maybe in between the players here from GEEKAY and OOREDOO, and that is definitely not where you want to find yourself.
Oh, no, definitely not the case, but we'll have to wait and see. Slime 4KT making their approach, and there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, you know, moving on into a Sanhok game. We want to see a little bit of that PMPL Africa action to move on in, but of course, every single team within this vicinity are looking to do the same. Even GK Esports here, such a quick turnaround, but the jump up is here. Slime 4KT, they're actually going to be going for this.
Oh, come on, Santa. Come on, Santa. Looking to see what they can bring. And will it be nice little spray down? Well, Slime keeping their distance, waiting to see where their next zone is going to be going, and it takes them back towards Quarry. And this is where position, especially now for a team like POWR Esports, to now just lock down their current positioning and, you know, just hope for insanity, because they've got UMBRA sharing the space there with them. They got FALCONS, we got Storm from Slime, as well as NASR holding onto that southern edge. And again, the team's already situated within the zone, now in an absolutely amazing position to bring in that extra bit of capitalization. But it is going to be quite a bit of a struggle now. Still over towards this western side. The Twisted Minds, Slime, OOREDOO Thunder, and GEEKAY to get themselves secured within this next zone.
Oh, that zone looking spicy, and I just want to keep seeing that push into cave, but we'll have to wait and see. We've already got 1 million and NASA over towards that position. For Kurdistan actually also making a quick dash into the craziness there. As you can see from those elimination feeds, it's not going quite to plan, but OOREDOO Thunder's over here, over into this position. What a pathing they need to take now into the zone. They have to go through Slime 4KT, GK Esports, Twisted Minds, and POWR just to get into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a challenge, right? But they don't have much time left to think of their next approach, as that blue zone is going to be full, sending it on forward. Meanwhile, 1 million and NASA are going to be fighting it out down below in the cave. Gringo trying to be holding up that front line defensive, but will they be able to survive? Up comes the shotties, and Lazy Boy says, well, thanks for trying, but it's not going to work out just yet. Absolutely amazing spray down coming through here from 1 million. But as we know, right, the teams are starting to fall here, there, and everywhere. Now, for Kurdistan, the next team up looking to bring in a bit of that third-party opportunity.
Oh, we love to see a Twisted Minds picking up some action here towards OOREDOO Thunders. And, well, they picked up sufficiently enough action, because OOREDOO Thunders are back into the lobby. Now, as we take a look at this, 1 million in the cave. Thank you for just showing off this wonderful position. I'm so excited. But, of course, there's a lot more teams that now need to join the action.
Yeah, we see, of course, also then, CONQUEROR Iraq facing off against FALCONS on that eastern side. Over towards the western side. Oh, the contention continues. It's going to be POWR, Twisted Minds, GEEKAY, and still Slime 4KT looking for a bit of an approach. But now Al-Hajj doing their thing once again. Finding a nice little angle there. Of course, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge now for Anas to get themselves back into safety and potentially up into res. But up comes Ragnar and the rest of the team moving in. It is going to be POWR looking for the opportunity on towards DK. Here comes the shots. Ragnar, oh, gets a good response, but down they go. POWR now just looking to flex it all over the place, but up comes Fidan and says, well, here we go. How about you have you some of this? And of course, the answers get sent on through. It is now POWR Esports looking to reign supreme, at least on towards this western side.
Oh, let's keep it on moving. You can see Twisted Minds feeling the brunt of the action, as even Koa jumps on in from Slime 4KT, picking up at least one. 11 teams still left into this. Slime 4KT, they're still up and at 'em. 3 players left. They need to make a rotation into the zone. However, alongside Titans, Koa is going to be spotted out here by Ragnarok. Oh, a beautiful defensive line that they're holding.
Yeah, but they are losing Fidan in the meanwhile. And now it all turns to Storm up in the zone, getting ready to face off against Lazy Boy. But let's see. Could Storm get this position secured? Venom also going to be lending a bit of a helping hand. Sending out those utilities. Oh, they find their own teammate. And this is the opportunity for Storm now to bounce back. Maybe they could get that hit onto Venom as well. But Lazy Boy is a definite option there. Of course, Lazy Boy also open to a few of those third-party sprays from the surrounding teams. But let's see now. Venom in such a challenging position. There we go. The hit is in and oh, Storm. gets found out as PRZ sneaks in a very cheeky hit. The only player within the zone.
Well, DK, we're getting both what we want. We had a bit of that cave action. Now we're having such an open ground, such an open field for these teams to work with in terms of cover. It is looking slim. It is looking a little bit dicey. We still at least have the hilltops, so they have those opportunities to get some good line of sight, some good angles. But here we can have it. Carry Boy up in the grasses, looking for Falcons, looking for that opportunity here. Is going to let them pass just for the time being because they don't want to expose their opportunity and their position.
Yeah, I mean, they want to hold on to whatever it is they've got. Look at that. Oh, Gary Boy finds Damar now. Out comes Never Alone. Looking to get a little bit of that revenge play going. Now, Gary Boy inching their way on forward on the very edge of that blue zone. But Never Alone gets found out as the nade gets sent on in. And that is the end of the road. Absolutely amazing fighting coming through you once again. But Legend now from full Kurdistan finds the opportunity onto Gary Boy. And this could be a very sad end coming through now for UMBRA.
Oh, but it's looking fantastic for POWR Esports, and we know they've been hunting for a little bit of that chicken action, but we'll have to wait and see if they can make it happen here as PRZ now needs to decide what kind of a rotation they'll be taking into the zone. R8's, of course, right up ahead of them. POWR taking beautiful control here of the western portion of the zone. Moving on in, but Anaconda snaking into the grass like their name says it. Finding one, now looking for the rest.
Yeah, snake it till you make it. Now, of course, they're going up against Al-Hajj, as we know, a very formidable player to try and contend against. But now up comes, oh, nice, easy hit as Legend gets traded. They'll have Golden, Anaconda, and Darwi in contention, looking to secure themselves at least some form of a position coming through. And I mean, you might notice we've got 9 teams left, but there's only 3 teams within the zone. That means the rest of the teams are out there in the blue, adopting that heel strat, looking to see where they can finish and what positional play they can secure. But in the meantime, it's going to be Ida looking to see for those positions, those angles on towards POWR Esports. And Al-Hajj still just locking down the edge, waiting quite patiently for the rest of the team to maybe come closer. But as we know, it's now down to only Al-Hajj.
Oh, such a difficult opportunity, but at least they are within the zone. So if ever there was a time for them to showcase why they are the Terminator, why we call him the Terminator, it is now. It is in a 1v4 situation, 1v3 situation here with R8. So it's not a full team. It's, you know, there's some partial opportunities here, and finding Ida would be a great start.
Yeah, either of them could be a great start indeed. But now, let's see whether or not Al-Hajj will find the trade up on towards Bandar. We see Ida with that pan in hand, getting ready to make some magic happen. Maybe cook up a storm, right? We don't know. But on Sanhok, it's not necessarily the place to do that. The blue zone, however, is going to be moving on forward, adding that extra bit of pressure onto, especially this Raze now coming through here, as R8 now has to make that mad dash. Up comes the shots, and Al-Hajj locks it in. Titan Gaming, in the meanwhile, will lose the fight to the blue zone. And here we have it. The contention continues. It is going to be for Kurdistan, R8, and of course, of our monster over here from POWR Esports in contention for control of the zone itself. UMBRA also gets sent on their merry way as PRZ does not survive the damage, but SK Tony gets found there as Darwi steps up. Oh, could this be the confirmation? Yes, indeed it is. An absolutely amazing nade coming through from Darwi, but still, it is such a three-way fight for control of the zone.
I mean, I can give it to either team at this point in time. Yes, for Kurdistan, they have the numbers advantage, but look at that. Al-Hajj finding Ida. Now it is a 1v2 scenario.
Oh, here we go. Come on, Darwi looking to close this one off. It's going to be Darwi versus Al-Hajj for that final fight. We got Golden on the edge, looking to bring in that great assistance in these angles. Could be what works out now for Kurdistan. But let's see. Darwi waiting quite patiently. We've got several teams now just starting to drop here, there, and everywhere. And it's down to early 4. It is 1 million CONQUEROR Iraq POWR. And, of course, the players then from the side of for Kurdistan. But CONQUEROR Iraq gets sent on their way. And it's now the fight for the finish, for that winner chicken dinner. Al-Hajj up against Golden and Darwi. Up comes the sneak approach, moving on forward. We got those nades at the ready. Out goes the first one. Is it going to be on the money? Not yet. Now up comes a bit of a response. Al-Hajj still continuing to move. knows at least where one of the players could be. Ziawi on the open, risking it all, moving on up. Al-Hajj now waiting quite patiently, gets the first one. Now it's down to Golden. Could Al-Hajj take this winner chicken dinner, the very first one for POWR Esports? Golden on the edge, trying to wrap around. Up goes Al-Hajj, he's spotted, and down he goes. It is Golden getting the golden winner chicken dinner. What an absolutely insane play that was coming through from Full Kurdistan.
I am in shock right now. I was believing there for Al-Hajj, for the Terminator. I thought that... Oh, okay. No, for Kurdistan, though, we got to give props to them with their numbers advantage, bringing in the absolute best capitalization of that final zone, laying low, just waiting to get information as to what was happening with those final few teams, and then pouncing at the best possible time, making sure that they were going to be getting that winner chicken dinner.
I mean, it was a challenge, right? The only thing, it was right down to the wire, and Golden just had the opportune position, right? Just finding the exact moment to strike. But I mean, we got to say, POWR came so close to securing their very first winner chicken dinner. But of course, for Kurdistan, picking up yet another winner chicken dinner. So absolutely glorious day, whichever way it goes. But of course, we are going to be hopping into a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
Design, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. I'm an animal, give me a color, give me a leaf and flow. Yeah, I'm an alligator, I got a smile like an innovator. Ring, come, the wheels are not burning.
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces new gameplay with 8 new skills that provide players with more intriguing match experiences. This time, I'll be introducing the Healing Smoke skill. When using Healing Smoke, you'll throw a Healing Smoke grenade, which restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. In conflict-ridden areas, this skill provides smoke grenade-style cover that obscures enemy vision, while also allowing you to recover inside the smoke. In turn, it saves your team some recovery time, allowing them to engage in combat more often. In the late stage of the match, players will burn through supplies more quickly than before. As such, Healing Smoke can help you avoid running out of meds. When your team is moving around, it can be used as a smoke grenade to provide your team with more protection. Skills will be available in Gear Front. From September 29th to November 14th, UTC plus 0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Let your imagination run wild and explore more interesting ways of using skills. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Imagine this. You're surrounded by enemies at the edge of a cliff. To your front are fully equipped enemies. To your rear, a sheer drop. So, what do? You can try using the new skill, Gliding Doll. With Gliding Doll equipped, players can soar into the air and unfurl a puppet to glide. The puppet will unfold right away when used in the air. Gliding Doll is versatile and allows players to easily escape. When trapped at high altitude, you might be able to stage a comeback by striking the enemy with a sudden counterattack. As Nusa, the new 1x1 kilometer map features terrain of varying elevation. The Gliding Doll skill is well suited for traversal while avoiding lengthy detours. Players can make use of their agility to ambush enemies, provoke them, or engage in a ton of new tactics. But keep in mind that when gliding in the air, there won't be any cover, and it's easy to get focused down by enemies. Pick your moments and use it carefully. What other interesting ways of using Gliding Doll can you think of? Skills will be available in Gearfront between September 29th and November 14th. UTC plus 0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There's no time to lose. Hurry and try it out in PUBG Mobile.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MEA Championship for fall 2022. I mean, Sanhok being absolutely insane. It was this close. We almost saw POWR Esports locking in that winner chicken dinner, but Golden just stepped up and got the goose, and you know what can we say, right? Winner chicken dinner going over to the players there from Kurdistan. So what a way to close off the Sanhok action, our only Sanhok for the day. But as we know, right, 4 matches done and dusted. We've got 2 more to go. 1 more Erangel, 1 more Miramar. So quite a bit of action still just around the corner. But we're also then going to be getting ourselves ever closer to see what the match ranking situation is, how that then impacts everything. But of course, first, let's take a look at the highlights. Al-Hajj getting so close to that winner chicken dinner. I mean, the Terminator was almost becoming the winner chicken dinner. I mean, what more could we ask for? I mean, you want to see competitive and really complicated and insane plays? You've come to the right place, right? These teams are making it so competitive across the board. But of course, as we know, we need to take a look and see what that match point situation is, right? How many points these teams were able to secure. And of course, for Kurdistan, picking up that winner chicken dinner with 7 eliminations. I mean, POWR tied with them. Both teams sitting on 22 points. Oh,
it is spicy. It is absolutely spicy. So again, even though, you know, that Mr. Terminator themselves didn't pick up that winner chicken dinner, they definitely helped to pick up those crazy eliminations. So putting themselves on par with Kurdistan is massively going to help them with regards to the overall standings, which, as we know, is the focus for all of these teams. They're trying to get themselves into the top 3 placements to get a possible PMGC slot. So looking at this, 1 million are at Esports also making beautiful contributions to the overall standings, and it trickles down in quite an interesting fashion. I mean, we're ending off the top 8 with 7 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Because we can see NIGMA, Slime, and Titan sitting on 7 points apiece, and as we move into that second page and see just whether or not we have any more tied up positions coming through, and the answer is yes. It is Team UMBRA and Twisted Minds sitting with 5 eliminations each, 6 points each. But as we then look a little bit further down, we see OOREDOO Thunders Seoul Esports and Virtual Gaming having a little bit of a bumpy ride over in the jungle.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough time, but of course we know Seoul Esports, they need to come back to tomorrow Sanhok, and they need to make sure they take on the Titans, because it's one apiece each, you know? They've each had their little victories, so now Seoul Esports needs to one up Titans, and then we have the whole revenge story playing out. But that is just the match rankings. Now we need to take a look at those overall rankings to see if there's been any changes, any jumps from these teams, because it's going to be an interesting one. But before that, we actually have a little bit of an inside look into for Kurdistan that we can take a look at.
أعزائنا المتابعين من أمامنا أريد الثاندر التقدم على الفوركي حمكو تطلق المين
هل فيها غدر ولا لا؟ دامي موجود، سكوب الفار ولا لا؟ سرية موجودة. ياسر الاستقبال أناكوندا، ولكن معنا بكل تأكيد هناك دحة قاعد يعمل العمايل على لاعبي فريق الفوركي، ولكن النصر أيضا في نفس الوقت يشتبك مع نيلا إسبورت.
Some pretty exciting stuff coming through there. I mean, for Kurdistan, of course, as we know, they picked up our very first winner chicken dinner over on day one, right? And of course, they had to seal the one over on Sanhok. So what a great way. What a turn of events this has been so far. I mean, is any other teams that you also like to take a little bit of a deeper look into?
Well,
points coming with the winner chicken dinner. Look at that. Morteza pops it out with the Mark 14, just letting this one goes. Boy now trying to strafe around, but gets taken right on up, and there we go. Oh, down they go. Chico get that whole pop match up. The same goes for Moa. Up comes Wasted, trying to push forward, finds the confirmation, and there.
oh, the turnaround is there from Carry Boy, just so hot on the trigger and so quick to respond.
Looking to find a bit of a trade here at the expense of the super young stars. Gotta just enjoy the name there, right? Team UMBRA. I mean, it just sounds so much better on the tongue, right? Leaders, yes, it's a good name, but UMBRA, I mean, I just love it. Absolutely exciting stuff coming through. And, you know, slowly, bit by bit, we're taking a look at all our teams, right? We've seen several of our teams now. We've had their team intros. Let's looking at a bit of a, you know, a little bit more of a deeper look into these teams and, you know, kind of what their story is, what their performance was coming through from their respective PMPLs. But now we're getting ready to move a little bit closer on towards our last Erangel of the day. Now, do you think we are going to be seeing such an insane one as we had before while we take a look over at our overall rankings?
I definitely think it's still in the cards for these teams. I mean, as we've seen already, POWR Esports moving up to the first slot with no winner chicken dinners, but they're making it work. They're really stepping up to the plate and providing that gap between these teams. So for the rest now to pick it up, to get themselves into the top 3 slots, they really need to bring the action, because as we know, this is the 4th last Erangel that we will ever have for the MEA champs for 2022.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite shocking to think of, right? This is the 4th to last one, right? There's only 3 more left after this one. So, yeah, whatever the teams can bring on through, this is going to be the opportunity. Of course, POWR still just muscling their way to the top on those 98 eliminations. Twisted Minds, of course, on 91 placement points. So some pretty impressive figures. But as we take a look at that second page, the impressions continue, right? We've got even more teams joining us up in the century. And this is where we see things becoming a little bit more challenging as the gap, the level of entry into those higher pages, those higher positions, becoming a little bit more challenging.
Look, so the gap is definitely forming, as we can see there with the bottom 5 teams. That it started today that we've seen that gap now starting to form, and there is still an opportunity for them to close that gap. That's the beauty of the amount of maps that we are seeing day in and day out, is that these teams have massive opportunities, but it's up to them to take that, and it's up to the rest of the teams to allow that, of course. As we can see, the competition is raising the level by level. The bar is getting higher and higher, so it is no surprise that we are starting to see those final forming thoughts.
Well, of course, we aren't going to be having to wait all too long to see what Erangel has in store for us, as we're getting ready, prepped, and ready to go, as we are going to be jumping across to see where that flight path is. Of course, we are going to be starting up towards that northwestern side with the lovely Zaki right down below. Of course, right up ahead is going to be none other than Georgia Paul. So that means this time around, we have a slightly more westernly focused flight path, as the teams will have to come up with another exciting way to get themselves into their looting positions.
Oh, yes, indeed. So, some opportunities here for a little bit more craziness, but as we know, it's going to be up to the maps. We're waiting to see if we're going to have that complementary zone to flight path, or if once again, like that first Miramar of the day, we're going to have something crazy, something absolutely ridiculous. As we take a look at this, DK, what are some of the specific sides of the map? Not spots, let's not get too specific, but sides of the map that you'd like the zone to go to.
Ooh. Well, I wouldn't mind what we had before, right? Down to the military side, but I would also really appreciate maybe something towards kind of that Stolba Yasnaya position, right? Because that also presents quite a bit of a challenging position for these teams to play on through. I mean, specifically more towards Stolba, but let's see where it goes. If it's going to go anywhere other than that, I'd also still be satisfied. But, you know, I'd be quite happy if it decided to go there. But of course, the cherry on top is going to be that lovely southern position once again.
Wow. Oh, a double dose of it in one day? You can't make this stuff up. We even had Cave on Sanhok. That is all we just need now is Koa to just pick up some ridiculous kills with the shotgun here.
Yeah, but I mean, this is that reverse psychology coming through, right? Working the way it should. And speaking about that, of course, it is going to be Falcons now looking to reverse the trend onto the place here from Slime, as already it is Koa down. So, well, that little pot that you asked for isn't going to happen. But it now gives the rest of Slime a bit of an opportunity to try and find another safe haven. Instead, we know they are going to be rotating towards Yasnaya, looking to go about their business on their home turf before considering their next move into the zone.
As we take a look at this now, this is going to be a very interesting setup here for these teams, because as we know, again, it's that gamble. Do we go to the military base island? Do we stay on the main island? Again, there's a good idea. There's a far better reach as to where the zone should probably be pulling, but we've seen crazier things in the past. In the meanwhile, we've got Titans pulling on that Grand Theft Auto action here, just taking a chase onto NIGMA Galaxy, but I don't know, it feels a little bit more Mad Maxy to me.
Oh, yeah, I do get a little bit of a sense of that Mad Maxiness coming in here. But, you know, let's see who's going to be taking it to the max, though. As there's quite a bit of opportunities. I mean, I'm looking for a little bit of a different outcome. The team's definitely learning from that first Erangel. Right, because the previous Erangel, rather, not the first one, just the previous one, in which we also had this exact zone, right? This is an exact replica of what we've had, right? It's not close, it's scary. That is what we have. So I want to see the teams really adapting to the outcome of the previous shift that we had going in this direction.
It also reminds me a lot of Miramar, obviously, with that flight path. We're seeing a lot of those early engagements, picking up some great early eliminations, really going to help you out in terms of the points later on, but it is going to put a dent in that competition moving into the later phases. And already, we have a very tiny space for the zone, so I'm curious to see if we're going to continue seeing this action, or if the teams will now start to settle down, get to their respective spots, and start the looting phase. Because already, the same 4 teams that we had last time jumping into the military base island first is exactly the same 4 teams that we have jumping onto the military base island this time.
Ooh. Well, I mean, hopefully there could be even more excitement coming through this time around. But we are still seeing the teams positioned towards those northern territories, right? Going about their business as they normally would. I'm liking the Terminator. Salahaje here, looking to roll on forward, taking aim on towards Riva. Yep, and that is Riva getting terminated right then and there. And I'm loving Aziz coming in with the assist, just to get the knockdown through.
This was I'm telling you, it's Mad Max. I'm feeling some Mad Max vibe. It's not PUBG Mobile, it's Mad Max now, alright? You jump into the car, you pick up your weapons, and you just go absolutely crazy. But what's interesting now, as we're taking a look at these rotations, I actually completely got caught off guard. So we've got Conqueror already taking that southern portion of the military base island. We've got Titans as well, over towards Novo. And now we've got NIGMA Galaxy making an approach here to the military base island. So a little bit of a change in terms of the teams, but I'm seeing a lot more now making their approach to the south.
Yeah, I do think the teams are trying to be a little bit more preemptive this time, right? Instead of waiting to see where the zone's going to be going, they want to get themselves really well established. So regardless of where it moves, they have somewhere to kind of you know, bounce back from. So I gotta respect this because I mean this is definitely a bit of a change up. The previous one, we did see the teams be a little bit hesitant, you know, instead waiting to see where the zone would be taking them. But already, right, NASR making that dash, looking to get themselves up onto that extra bit of elevation. And of course, P6 is just going to be looking on, scanting the numbers, trying to figure out how many other players they need to, you know, turn their focus onto.
Absolutely. As we take a look at this now, of course, we've got a very interesting setup here towards Nova. Of course, NASR are making their normal approach. They shouldn't be expecting Titans here, you know, compared to our previous Erangel, but yet this is the situation they find themselves. Unfortunately, they'll have to just go a little bit in a different direction, find a different location to set on up, as Titans will potentially just shoot a couple of warning shots and give the necessary information. So Esports also now taking that western bridge. They will be able to approach quite uncontested, in all honesty. There's no one really holding that position just yet.
I mean, there's quite a bit of positions to go through. I mean, we don't have any confirmation as to what is going to be coming through until that next the blue zone closes in and we see exactly what the zone has for the team, right? What you can do at this point is, you know, try and preemptively get yourself set up in anticipation of what that zone could be bringing on through. And I'm still curious to see what's going to be happening towards that northern side, because 1 million, R8, GEEKAY, Virtual Gaming, Slime, Falcons, for Kurdistan, all still being positioned on those outlying regions, not making the move in towards the zone itself. I mean, we did just see UMBRA making that plunge, getting themselves at least within the zone towards the northern edge. But down south, we can see the teams really looking to put the focus in, right? We got CONQUEROR Iraq towards that southern edge. We got OOREDOO Thunder holding onto their usual position, with NIGMA Galaxy now just sitting slightly north of them.
Interesting opportunities, of course, but it's going to get stacked. It's just going to keep on continuing to really step up the pacing here for these teams. As we know, more and more teams will be taking that gamble to the military base island. Twisted Minds, one of the next teams to jump onto that western bridge. Even POWR already taking a few shots over towards Seoul Esports, just giving them a nice warm welcome. I'm still waiting for those rotations. I think Kurdistan might be one of the first teams to do so.
Yeah, it's definitely on the cards. But first up, it is going to be the players now from Seoul and POWR. Oh! Up comes Alhaji once again. I mean, I definitely think we need to call him the Terminator from this point forward, right? Because
yeah,
that's just like it just gels so nicely, right? Alhaji, Terminator. I'm sure that's what it means in the dictionary as well, right? If it doesn't, we'll have to speak to a few people to maybe make that happen. But either which way, in the meantime, it is going to be the players here from Twisted Minds now, looking to get themselves positioned, moving in just on the edge. Of course, right alongside them is going to be none other than Seoul and the players there from POWR. But as we look on towards the northern edge of zone, Virtual Gaming and the players coming through there from Falcons, getting into a bit of that altercation action.
Oh, a few shots now being sent on through Twisted Minds, just making their presence known. But as we can see, Yusuf actually finding a nice connection on towards Virtual Gaming. And that's happening up towards just the edge of the zone. As you can see, that's those pink and purple dots right up towards the northeastern side. Yeah, those are those two teams currently having a little bit of a fun time. Team UMBRA also involved in that contention. So waiting to see if they're going to jump into the action and pick up some eliminations as well.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be on the cards, but it does seem like Virtual Gaming are going to be focusing their efforts towards the zone. As you can see now, right, it is locked into that military island. That is where it's going to be, but this is where I'm expecting a little bit of that gatekeeping to come in on towards the bridges, right? R8 in an opportune position to do exactly that. They are very close towards that western bridge, and Virtual Gaming have the same kind of setup towards the eastern bridge. So let's see who's going to be now those teams to really apply the pressure towards these bridges, because in the meantime, it is still... okay. Falcons and UMBRA trying to kind of dissolve this situation up towards the north.
Absolutely. So, I mean, if we take a look at this one, well, Falcons just getting a little bit too excited with the vehicles, but they've calmed down for now. We'll wait and see again. Damar has a pan, so that's all that we need to worry about, is those pan eliminations later on. Now, as you take a look at this one, some rotations, they're heading on through. UMBRA will have managed to get themselves up ahead of Falcons, making that rotation in. And Virtual Gaming a little bit quicker, as they're already crossing that eastern bridge. And we can see Falcons just on the edge. Slime 4KT, GEEKAY Esports 1 million. And of course for Kurdistan, still needing to get themselves closer into the zone and actually get themselves situated.
Well, let's see whether or not they will get themselves situated. As we know, still a bit of distance to go. You see now UMBRA sitting on 600 meters, right? But out comes the shots as Falcons are trying to wing it up in towards zone. Of course, these lovely barriers are going to be stopping Gary Boy from that continuous roll on forward. But look at this now. Yusuf coming in on the very edge. Could maybe find a bit of an angle to try and utilize here. But Shadowin is going to be sitting there sipping on some blue juice, looking to see if they can find any potential angles now as the teams are rotating forward.
Oh, let's take this one. UMBRA and of course Falcons here just starting off with the contention. They've been chasing one another since their entry from shelter. Now, we have to see them. They have to find that confirmation. They have to get themselves into the military base island. All of this outside in the blue juice, not where you want to be. You want to finish on up.
Well, let's see now, right? The contention in zone itself still going to be continuing onwards. For Kurdistan, also trying to find a bit of an approach out of Novo. But I'm curious to see what Shadowin's going to be doing here, right? The rest of the team trying to just kind of leapfrog their way on forward. But it's still a very blue position coming through on UMBRA. I mean, meanwhile, Falcons, they're going to be opting straight towards that bridge, right? Taking that mad dash, looking to see if they can get themselves situated. But surprisingly enough, we don't see any bridge camps coming through.
It's weird, right? Like, we've had so many teams taking those trips across the bridges, and they've been completely uncontested. We haven't seen a single team actually taking a bit of that plunge. We had 1 million in R8 in the previous Erangel, and it looks like that might be up for the cards again this time around, but that's been it. We haven't seen any action towards the eastern bridge. It feels weird, especially because we would expect that with the military base island, but I guess it just comes down to the earlier rotations these teams are taking to avoid that as much as possible.
Yeah, but I gotta say though, I mean, I'm just looking at Alhaji's stats there. That's just insane.
Yes, man.
I mean, over 9,000 damage, over 40
Terminator.
eliminations. Yep, if you ever wondered why we call Alhaji Terminator, there's your answer, right? So just look at the stats on the left-hand side. But of course, speaking about stats, right, the teams are looking to get themselves situated into zone. Stat, right? They can't hold out in that blue for all too long. The positioning is going to be absolutely essential. And we are seeing Slime and UMBRA getting ever closer to each other. Of course, both teams opting for a little bit of a swim across the waterway there. GEEKAY also going to be adopting a very similar approach. By 1 million, they're going to be taking the plunge across that western bridge, and they could potentially be running right into that defensive line of R8. Meanwhile, up in the military base itself, it's going to be NIGMA Galaxy now looking for a little bit of a position to pull up in towards.
Oh, NIGMA Galaxy just narrowly making that push on in. They've taken a few losses and they continue to take a lot more damage. You can see Freak now getting knocked as well. And it's going to be all down to what I believe is Lord, yeah. Well, only Lord now to try and make something happen here.
Well, I want to talk about a very tough position. That is exactly what Lord finds themselves in. But now, it's going to be NASR paying the price for making noise, right? OOREDOO Thunder coming in behind them. POWR coming in from that western side as well. Looking to apply a little bit of that pressure. Now, 1 million. Trying to bring in a bit of a gatekeep here. A bridge camp. I mean, well, I just said that we haven't really seen any bridge camps come through just yet. But here we are. Now it is going to be Ida just looking to jump on forward, surprise them with the hits, and what a beautiful spray down that was. One down, a few more to go. It is going to be Marshall and Senkei now trying to make that mad dash, just trying to evade the hits. But that vehicle already starting to smoke on up, and an absolute relentless effort being brought in here as Marshall flings himself out of vehicle. But unfortunately, Senkei could bring in that res. But Ida, Esketon not going to be waiting around. Up comes the head and Prestige, trying to get the revenge in now.
Oh, just keep it on coming. Even Esketon now moving on closer for that confirmation. But, oh, here's the turnaround. Maybe they'll go back for Senkei. They're looking They're looking for what's happening. Well, who's snaking up in the grass?
Oh.
Target acquired, and bam, we go. Alright, Esports will completely send 1 million back into the lobby and wait for Miramar.
Yeah, that was R8 just saying eat my bumper, and off they go, right? Well, either which way, they do sit on 4 eliminations, regardless of how they got there. Still a really good approach coming through here from the players of R8. As we know, a very formidable force. But now as we look on towards the zone, we can see the players there from Twisted Minds towards that southern edge, holding up alongside the players here from For Kurdistan. It's going to be Anaconda and Darwi looking to see if they can find a few opportune angles down on towards Twisted Minds. But also then we've got Anas looking to set up a bit of some form of an anchor point, while the rest of the team there, Ragnarok and Fidan, are yet to find their approach into the zone.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one. As we can see, so many teams here towards this final zone already well situated, but there's a few more that needs to join the party. There's a few more teams that need to get themselves set up. Twisted Minds moving on in from that ledge line. Yeah, that's a tough time. It's genuinely just such a tough opportunity. As we can see here for Slime, for KT, for Storm. Yeah, look, they're moving it right behind Falcons. They've got GEEKAY right above them, and then there's OOREDOO Thunders, and then they've got UMBRA. I mean,
Oh, that was
Vehicles,
it.
man.
Powerful, right? Powerful. Just showing guys the power of 4 wheels. It's better than 2, right? This time, guys not having the opportunity to go biking around. Instead, they get taken right and done. But the problem with that is because they were so far north, right? The previous match, they were much further down south. And now it is going to be Storm to fall as that blue juice just gets the better of them. But, I mean, we have the numbers of the teams not within the zone really starting to reduce, right? We've got R8 and Power still to make that push. We still now look on as the players here from Falcons are looking for a little bit of rotation to pull through. Now, Soul could be venturing up into that center zone, but that is going to be opening up another can of worms as we have so many teams surrounding them. And, of course, they could also be bumping into Santa along the way.
Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be an absolute beautiful time. We can see Seoul Esports picking up just a few eliminations there over towards GEEKAY. UMBRA finding Titans and now, Prestige. They have smelled something out. They have seen a few potential opportunities here, but Ragnarok should be able to get out of the situation while the rest of the teams try and situate themselves. Oh, Anas trying to hit that. Can you imagine? I can't even see them.
Yeah, don't worry. I also can't see them, but they're there, right? Thanks to the names, we know exactly where these teams are. But of course, taking a look at that map, it is still going to be quite a bit of carnage to ensue. As you get the players now from Falcon moving in alongside OOREDOO Thunder. So Twisted Minds is going to be trying to get this position to the south under lockdown. But R8 Esports be looking to put up quite a bit of a fight, right? Looking to keep it as contentious as they can. Titans also going to come swinging through on towards OOREDOO Thunder on that eastern side. So a lot of pressure all across the zone.
Oh, now we take a look at Anas just around the corner. Is going to spot out SK Ton, but that nade has done the damage, has given them the opportunity to just fall back. The warning signs are there, but will they listen to them?
Let's see who's going to be listening. Up comes a good opportunity now for Prestige to maybe sneak a cheeky hit and spots Fidan. Right up ahead though is going to be Anas with that UMP. Rocking a bit of a silencer on it as well to, you know, help with something. Here we go. Anas opting for that res. Out comes the nades as Ragnarok looks to bring in that as extra bit of assistance. But fortunately for R8, right, that ridge line working out so favorably. It is going to be a knock, though, on towards Anas. That Molly, of course, then has scored onto Mr. SK Ton. But now, out comes a bit of a retaliation. It's going to be Prestige now looking to find the angles. It is going to be an absolute barrage of utility all over the place.
Oh, let's keep it on moving in. Puncher finding a little bit of success over towards OOREDOO Thunders. But now it's R8. They are looking to take out Twisted Minds. We know what Twisted has been able to do in the past. But now, will they be able to get themselves out of this one? That consistency has to be key for them. They're looking to get themselves closer to the top 5. They need the points. And R8, well, they're just looking to stop them dead in their tracks.
Yeah, but of course, these teams still need to bring in some form of approach back to that zone, right? As we know, the zone taking a bit of a swing towards that western side, looking quite favorable, especially now for Conqueror Iraq. But as we can see over on the eastern side, it is quite a bit of carnage all over the place. R8 now looking to make a play. We got For Kurdistan looking to apply that pressure on towards Titan Gaming. But Falcon on that northern side could help in bringing in this absolute insane pincer play here. But now, it's going to be Darby fishing for those hit markers, looking for a bit of an opening. Oh, finds an absolutely opportune angle on towards P6. But now, it's going to be for Kurdistan having to get themselves just ahead of that blue zone. It has to be a little bit of that drive-by action, but Anaconda will get found out. OOREDOO Thunder is also getting sent on their merry way, and now Titan Gaming making that mad dash for the zone.
Let's get it on going. Falcons moving on in, trying to come through from that northeastern side. They will be met with a little bit of action. As we can see, we've got Titans, we've got for Kurdistan making the same approach, making the same dash, but our power, they're going to be up here against NASR.
Oh, NASR now down to at least Batika on the front line. Well, the rest of the team are yet to join in the fray here. This is going to be quite a bit of an aggressive front being held. Meanwhile, there's going to be players there from Kurdistan getting sent to the lobby now. Miracle holding strong. Oh, but look at these positions. Quite a bit of a challenge trying to send those smokes out so they can get over to their teammate. Up comes the rest of the squad now looking to full send it into the zone. But Al-Hajj, the Terminator, right there on the front line, looking for an opportunity. We got a bit of a Batika action there. We got Ali also just off ahead. But also then we still have the players from Titan Gaming in position. So NASR here needs to be super, super careful, because once Al-Hajj spots you, it's going to be a pretty tough run.
Absolutely, we know Mr. Terminator. They're out there. They're looking here for an opportunity. Now, we'll just have to wait and see. Will they be able to spot the pixels? Because I definitely can't. I do not understand how they spot any of these. If it's sheer luck, if it's just the experience from playing this game, or if it's just absolute prowess.
Oh, but look at that. It is going to be Falcons now finding out R8. The hits come through. It is Damar going down. It is now up to Prestige. Looking to see if they and Bandar can get a bit of approach coming through here now. Look at the Falcons just circling around, bringing in a bit of that vulture play, but Prestige finds an absolutely phenomenal grenade. Gets that opening that R8 now needs to get themselves repositioned back into safety. POWR still going to be holding on to the north. Also going to be looking for a bit of an angle to get themselves into the zone. The Falcons, this is a very scary position to be in. Fortunately, Ali here from NASR finds the one opportunity they get. But now, will there be even more?
Let's take a look at this. NASR now picking up some beautiful opportunities, but again, they're up against POWR. We've seen what they've been able to do in the past, and they're already sitting on those 6 eliminations, and Prestige just comes on in for the steal, but of course, it is not over yet. Falcons, they're trying to make their own dash.
Wow, I mean, R8 really stepping it up, already on 11 eliminations to their name. This could be that opportunity now for R8 to secure yet another insane performance. But here we go. POWR not to be discounted just yet. Even though they've got 2 players left, it could still be quite a bit of a force to be reckoned with, as Ali now experiences that first-hand. The shots come through, but Tika taking a little bit of fire, ducking down, trying to get out of harm's way. Miracle, meanwhile, is going to be looking to set up that anchor point in towards the zone, pushing towards the western side, but it's going to be CONQUEROR to welcome them in with open barrels and warm hands. But up comes the push now. Batika looking for that quick positioning. Gante hard on their heels as well. Pulling in front of Puncher there from Titan. Puncher not going to be flinching. Instead, it is a beautiful off angle coming through then from the side of POWR to eliminate the players there of Titan Gaming. Down to the final 4 we go.
Let's take a look at this one. Oh, what a setup here towards that southern position. R8 Esports just making it into the compounds, and they'll be able to set themselves up. But NASR, Conquerors, I mean, you can even look at POWR Esports moving on in from the north. There's still massive opportunities for them. But my money right now would be on R8, just purely based on how many numbers they're bringing into this final zone.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. My money is also then on R8. But let's see. Maybe Kalaga and Rio could bring in a little bit of a change here, right? You can see Kalaga trying to cook up these nades. And again, this is going to be such an important play, especially looking at the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq, right? Already just capitalizing on these placement points that they've been able to find, but it's still such a very challenging position. I mean, R8 not going to be making it easy for anybody. As we've seen already, CONQUEROR Iraq, they've moved from their 16th place in which they started off the day, already jumping up into 13th. But the more points that they can secure on this match, the better it would be. So let's see where exactly they are going to be looking to push it towards. I mean, R8, they've got the zone under lockdown. But now it is going to be Rio to get found out and Galaga to be the final hopeful.
Alright, SK Sun now looking for that opportunity, looking for that information. Kalaga just trying to stay alive. The pressure is building. We still have NASR to worry about. We still have power to move on into the action because he can't say just trying to stay alive. Aziz HP not looking great and now down to only 1 HP with that zone moving on in.
Oh, and there we have it. A vehicle explosion at the hand of R8 Prestige. Sends it in and off they go. Power getting switched off. For now, down to a final 3 teams. NASR, as well as CONQUEROR Iraq, still having to fight it out, but they both teams rather down to only 1 remaining hopeful. It's going to be Kalaga cooking up the nade. Oh, could this be it? Is it cooked well enough? Yes, it's the answer. Kalaga picks up Miracle. And now, it is going to be Kalaga standing between R8 and that winner chicken dinner. Up comes Prestige with yet another nade in hand. The shots come through and there's no need even for it, as SK Ton secures that winner chicken dinner for R8 Esports.
It would have been a good day to go and do a little bit of bets there if we were doing those sort of things, because R8 Esports, they just read our minds. They moved on into those final zones with the prime numbers and they capitalized. They didn't let a single player drop. They were just so clinical in their execution. It was brilliant to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw that winner chicken dinner come through for them over onto our very first Miramar of the day. So what a nice full circle that is, right? Returning over on towards Erangel to pick it up as well. An absolutely phenomenal performance. And there's a reason why we saw the players from R8 hitting the top of the log a little bit earlier today.
But as we know, we have to take a few moments just to process, so we'll go to a short break and we'll be right back with the action.
Design if they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. I'm an animal, give me a color, give me a leaf and fly. Yeah, I'm an alligator, I got a smile like an innovator. Bring the calm, no wheels are not burning.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MEA Fall 2022 Championships. Of course, absolutely insane action across the board. We saw copy-paste with the zone over on Erangel, but we didn't see a copy-paste with the outcome, right? So some pretty insane action going through as the teams continued to just keep up such phenomenal performances across the board. And I mean, this is kind of what we're expecting to see, right? Teams just continuously changing up the outcome of these events.
We love to see it because it means that the teams are adapting. It means that they're bringing the action still on the third day. I mean, we have had so many matches and yet they're still finding ways to surprise us.
I mean, that's the beauty of it. Of course, these teams really keeping up the pressure, right? The tension, keeping us on the edge of our seats. And, well, as we know, we see some quite a few surprising performances. We've had bicycles come out. We've had all kinds of different things being utilized across the board. But as we know, for this match, right, it was no surprise. The players there from R8 stepped up, locking in that winner-winner chicken dinner, doing so with 15 eliminations to their name. So let's take a look at a few of the highlights from the... Absolutely insane once again. But of course, as we know, right, we need to take a bit of a look and see what that point situation is. How many points these teams were able to secure in this past match. And then, of course, how that impacts our overall sort of rankings and how these points keep on changing as the teams keep on rising to the occasion. I mean, these teams just keep on surprising us around every corner.
Absolutely. It's not going to stop. As we know, we still got one more match left, but we can take a look at those match rankings just to see what happened over towards Erangel, with R8 Esports picking up the second 30 bomb for the MEA champs.
Well, here we go, indeed, right? That 30 bomb being brought in, and I mean, this is what we want to have, right? Teams surprising us with bombs all over the place. Again, our top 6 teams locking in those double-digit figures, but as we can see, of course, POWR Esports and the players from Falcon Esports picking up 9 eliminations each. So quite a bit of aggression. Well, still, it's quite impressive alongside the players here from R8 with 15. I think that is the second highest that we've seen so far.
It's just, it's delicious to see these teams really stepping up to the plate again, surprising us in the final moments. We're toward that end point of the MEA champs, and yet they're still picking up the pace. But let's take a look at that second page. As we know, it was pretty crazy on the first page, so it's no surprise that the second page is not looking too great. Slime 4KT, NIGMA Galaxy, and 1 million going to be going home with a bag of donuts for Erangel, but at least we still have some Miramar action just around the corner.
Yeah, still a few opportunities lay ahead for these teams to bring in all the necessary improvements they would want to have. But again, right, seeing such an aggressive front line, it's no surprise to see the second page looking the way it does. But as we know, we've got one more map to go. It is going to be our very final Miramar for the day. Also our very last match for the day to see how many points the teams will be able to secure. But of course, we are going to be taking a little bit of a sneak peek into the players from the R8 team.
معنا تويستد مايندز. أنس بعد تسجيل كلين يحاول لا هذا زمانك يا جولدن. هذا النهاية على أيدح ممكن. دي سبورت وبرستيج هو والأخير لعصر المتوجه جولدن والأخير آخر الموجود. صوب فعل لنهاية حاليا آخر وخلاص سولو.
الأمان اللي إذا سكتون هذا لعب فريق الآرايت.
Some pretty impressive skills indeed. I mean, R8 just showing us once again why they were such a formidable force coming through in PMPL Arabia. Now, I mean, we've been taking a slow, steady look at all our different respective teams, right? Who would you also then like to take a bit of a look at?
Well, there's an opportunity for GEEKAY Esports also to showcase a little bit of the action. So let's take a look at a deeper dive into what GEEKAY Esports are and what makes them tick.
first to fall surely here as M slowly making their way through. No, it's R8 to go.
It's difficult for Kerr because they're the only one that's on towards that northwestern side, but they're in the flatlands and GEEKAY gonna put
all the players. They get at least a mark. They find now Tam Choto's the only one remaining. But here comes the second. They're looking
to return fire to trade either way, but in the former direction as GEEKAY come out on top, right on board.
Absolutely crazy, right? I mean, these players just look like absolute beasts all across the board. And I mean, all of these team deep dives that we've been doing, right? We really get a bit of a feel as to why these teams are the way they are. But of course, we also are then getting ready to move a little bit closer towards the overall rankings, and which we'll get into momentarily. But I mean, which team has been the most impressive performance that you've seen so far in this MEA championship?
I definitely would have to give it up to R8 Esports, but also POWR Esports for very different reasons. So R8 Esports, just the pure consistency. I mean, they 1 point away from picking up 200 points. And then just behind them, it's POWR Esports with a few points away from 200. But again, I'm going to keep saying this. They haven't gotten a single winner chicken dinner, yet they're sitting here pretty with the big dogs like it's nothing.
Yeah. I mean, but it's pretty impressive to look at nonetheless, right? Because POWR, they still remain our most aggressive team, right? They've got the highest count with regards to eliminations. Whereas R8, they've now overtaken Twisted Minds, right? Twisted Minds used to be the team that had the most placement points, but now R8 was like, you know what, that's nice, but let's try and double up on that a little bit, right? Of course, they find themselves 4 points ahead with regards to placement, but there is now that little bit of a separation coming through between that second and third place, and as we know,
Place?
yes, page, place, all these things, it's called a page, all in one, right? But either which way, taking a look at that second page, this is where the situation continues, right? We do see that little bit of a gap now starting to be happening between that 9th and 10th place as well.
So interesting opportunities here for the teams. Again, it's starting to seem like those teams there towards the ending ranks, they have that opportunity still to close the gap, but it's getting harder. I mean, if we take a look at it, we've already got a team reaching the 200 pointer mark, and yes, on the second page, we're looking still towards the first 100 points. So again, that gap is being formed, but it is for good reason. It's that consistency that comes through from the teams, and they still have those opportunities to showcase why they are here in the first place.
Yeah, well, they are, however, starting to run out of opportunities, because aside from this match, there's only 6 to go, right? So only 7 opportunities left for these teams. Yes, only 7 left for these teams to make sufficient impact in towards those overall rankings. And of course, we are going to be moving over into Miramar to see what these teams will be bringing on through. Who's going to be the team to steal that final winner chicken dinner right here on day number 3? Be sure to give us your predictions over in the chat while we move forward over into the game to see what the teams will have in store, what that flight path has in store for us, and of course, where that zone is going to be forming. We know yesterday, Twisted Minds took that winner chicken dinner with 7 eliminations to their name, awarding them 22 total points. Who will be that team to take the final chicken right here on day number 3?
It's all going to be up to these teams to bring in the action, to bring in those performances, and make it happen, of course. But of course, looking at this flight path, DK, does it remind you of a Miramar that we might have seen earlier today?
No, sorry, I don't remember such things.
Yeah, it's not as exact copy-paste as what we had with the Erangel, but it is a very similar southern portion of Miramar that we're going to be showcasing. Again, question comes down to where that zone is going to end up, if we are still going to go head towards Oasis, or if we're going to be, you know, centering around a little bit of that Chumacera action as well.
Yeah, obviously I'm joking about the remembering part because I forget everything. I'm joking. So what we had in our very first flight path was a very similar angle, right? The previous Miramar, the flight path started on the edge of that prison island, right? And it moved in right through Impala. So I mean,
oh wow, that zone.
It is so close, and looking at what we have here, it is very close to what we had on our previous Miramar as well. So I can see where the similarity comes through. So the only difference is this time the zone is not as far north as we had in our very first Miramar of the day. But in addition to that, the flight path is also then a slightly further bit towards the northern side. So it is going to be a little bit easier for the teams to get themselves situated within this phase in comparison to our very first Miramar.
Yeah, it's not that crazy dash for the north that we saw coming through on the first Miramar of the day. The teams, they're going to have a little bit more time this time around, but there's still an opportunity for those early engagements, like we can see here from OOREDOO Thunders and Seoul Esports. Nice and close in contentions, just, you know, rubbing shoulders over towards Los Leones, a little bit more towards the northeastern side. We do have Nusa, yet they don't seem to be making an approach into these two teams, so I don't expect them to jump into the action just yet, but there is an opportunity for it, so we'll keep it in mind as we take a look and see what Seoul and OOREDOO have to say for one another.
Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. As we know, Seoul, OOREDOO, they like to drop here. I mean, it's nothing out of the ordinary. Also, looking at the position coming through here for NASR, also nothing out of the ordinary, right? It's very similar to what we had coming through in our very first Miramar. But what we are instead going to be looking at is the teams that we see positioned a little bit further up north, right? This is a little bit more closer to home as to what they would have preferred to have, right? They can really now leverage the terrain, the positionings, looking to get themselves a little bit better situated. And this time around, Slime is not going to be getting into any of those early altercations, right? So NIGMA Galaxy, they don't have to worry all too much. Yes, they are pretty close together once again, as we can see on the map. Of course, Slime now moving through crater fields with NIGMA Galaxy holding up in towards El Pozo. But this being Miramar, there's a lot more separation between these teams.
Absolutely. So, I mean, there's an opportunity now just to bring in that action. And for the likes of, you know, some of the teams that we've seen that haven't had that opportunity to pick up those winner chicken dinners, or haven't had that opportunity to really capitalize on the points. I mean, I'm taking a look at Team UMBRA, you know, towards CONQUEROR, Iraq, who've really picked up the pacing today, even 1 million. There's an opportunity now for them to set the standard here, to finish off the day with good momentum. That's going to help them come back tomorrow and still have that energy. Now it's all about that momentum train. It's about keeping the vibes up in the team and making sure that they are playing their absolute best game possible.
Well, we're going to be finding out whether or not, you know, just what that best game is going to look like. In the meantime, Prestige is going to be running out in the open, right? Not being spotted there by Falcons just yet. But I'm loving this position being occupied here by Falcons, right? A good amount of elevation they've got, good amount of information, and also it is a smack dab center zone, so they are in quite a favorable kind of setup, right? They'll be able to use this position for quite a bit of time.
Yeah, absolutely. So a good opportunity for some of the teams to get themselves situated early on rather than later. As we know, that provides them with the opportunity later on with those rotations that come through for the teams trying to vie for an opportunity in the center. Well, they can just relax. They can take a couple of shots. You know, we've seen that happen with Al-Hajj. They've had some of those crazy shots before, but also R8 Esports. I mean, just bringing in that action alongside Falcons. So great center location for these two teams. But as we take a look at the rest, it is going to come down to that major question mark. Titans, of course, out of the zone. Virtual Gaming, out of the zone. We've got Seoul Esports and a little bit of that OOREDOO Thunder action still relatively out of the zone. And then, of course, NASR trying to look for where they're going to finally situate themselves.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not too worried about the NASR because we've got Fatika and Miracle already situated on the edge of zone. We do see Ali and Gringo holding on to a little bit more of that Impala focused positioning. But looking at the surrounding area there, NASR have a little bit of breathing room, right? They are not in any immediate danger. There's no team that's really going to be pushing up on towards them just yet. However, if we look over on towards NIGMA Galaxy and Twisted Minds, it's an entirely different situation because, you know, Twisted Minds looking to move up, but it's going to be NIGMA Galaxy, Raouf, up on the hillside there, now just trying to maybe sneak in a little bit of that continuation up on towards Ragnarok.
Oh, and well, yeah, Ragnarok literally just flying above the rest, watching it all unfold right up ahead of them as they sit and hope and wait for a res. But it's going to be a tough one, I can tell you that much. I mean, to take that trip all the way up to the hilltop, oh, Dami looking like they're going to be trying it out here with the vehicles, showcasing some of the ridiculous physics of these buggies. As we know, on Miramar, we just love it. We just love that this is a possible thing.
Oh yeah, but it's with any vehicle, right? I mean, the beauty is if you can't go up nose first, you just reverse up. So either which way up you will go. I mean, Dummy taking a little bit more of an interesting approach to get themselves up to the top. Defying everything we know to be true. But, you know, that's nice because then we learn new things, as we can see. Dummy not worrying
That's
about
how you get a
anything.
res.
Yes.
That's how you get a res. That is a res in style.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to the extreme, right? Going to new heights.
You see, I've missed the puns. We've needed the DK puns for a while. We've been lacking these puns, DK.
Yeah,
What's
but
happening?
as you know, right? I forgot what I wanted to say. Something makes our heart grow fonder, right? You just enjoy the puns when I don't do them that often, right? They are just a little bit more. They just feel so much better, even though they still cringe as anything else.
Yeah.
Yes, we are still going to be looking to see where we can maybe fit them in. And Rauf now trying to do the same kind of thing here, but at this point is where the physics says maybe not, right? Maybe try a slight bit of a wiggle and maybe you'll get to the top.
I don't know. The brakes on my car don't work that way. I would not be attempting this anytime soon. But as we take a look at it, it is up to the professionals on your screens right now to showcase what is and is not possible in this fantastic game. Moving on into it, it is NIGMA Galaxy looking for those opportunities towards Twisted Minds. And Twisted, well, they're taking a look at the options here. Of course, we know they're running that 2-2 split currently. And they need to see if it is possible for them to take that dash out into the safety of their numbers down on the ground. And it's going to be a tough one here because NIGMA Galaxy, they're looking like they want to close this gap between them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an uphill battle here for NIGMA Galaxy, trying to get themselves positioned. But as we know, we are waiting in anticipation to see what that zone is going to be bringing on through. Tighter Gaming's no stranger to that. Blue Juice are going to be looking to make a bit of a move through from that southern side. But I see where they'll be able to go. I'm also liking the approach coming through there from Slime 4KT, right? A slow, steady approach, moving on forward, looking for a bit of a positioning. And 1 million also now taking a bit of occupation relatively close to them as the zone now takes that move further on towards the northeast, the northeastern side.
Oh, okay. So a lovely little bit of a setup here. Again, getting closer and closer to that northern side. So it is going to showcase a few options here for some of the teams who do prefer this option. But as we take a look at it now, there's a few more rotations that need to happen. And we can take a look at that southern portion, that southeastern side with Soul Esports and NASR. We can look towards the southwestern side. It's Twisted Minds, NIGMA Galaxy, of course, that are still up here towards the high rise, looking for an answer to their interesting war of attrition.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight for King of the Hill, I guess, right? Coming through between Twisted Minds and NIGMA Galaxy. Dummy now just moving up a slight smidge, and there is going to be Rauf tapping away at Fidan. As that Mini 14 really doing its thing. That 8-scope just looking so fantastic on it. But let's see whether or not Rauf is going to be trying to put in that hit though. As we now jump over on towards Hacienda del Patron. This is where we can see Falcons and the players from R8 looking to get into a little bit of an altercation.
It's going to be an interesting one, of course, because this is really starting to heat up the battle. We haven't had a single elimination. We've had a few knocks here and there, but they've all been recovered. So we need some action to pump the blood. It is the last match of the day. These teams need to help us stay awake, DK.
Oh yes, I'm more than amped up enough to make it all the way through to next Tuesday. But let's see what the teams are going to be doing. Falcons never alone. Again, never alone. Always in the company of someone, whether it be their teammates or an opposing team. But SK Ton are going to be trying to just sneak their way on through, trying to get ever closer. But Ida going to be holding onto the roof. Great vantage point up to those windows. As you can see, Falcons focus a little bit more towards the eastern edge of this compound. I'm loving the due diligence being done here by R8, right? Clearing it out room by room. But Ida getting so close to potentially spotting Damar just down below.
Oh, let's take a look at this one. The movement is going to get on in. Going to wait and see how these teams will make a play for the action. As Falcons are trying to get that information. Ida holding such an interesting opportunity here for that flanking. Trying to get themselves closer and closer. But powerful, look at that. They're keeping their awareness up. They're making sure that they have that long distance engagement. They have that line of sight should it be necessary. But Prestige, this is going to be all down to this flank from Prestige once again.
Yeah, maybe they're keeping their eye on the Dorado, right? Maybe it's the golden Dorado. We don't know. But of course now, Prestige going to be cooking up that nade. could be powerful on the receiving end. Well, he's got the nade in hand. Hasn't sent it out just yet. Waiting for a bit of an opportunity. And I mean, they need to be quite quick about this because we've got the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq moving closer. We've got 1 million moving closer as well as UMBRA. So their time might be limited and they really need to try and find some form of a resolution here, as it is going to be SKTon trying to pull a bit of that attention. Oh, Never Alone gets spotted. Down he goes. Up comes the hits, and it is powerful. Getting the knock now up in towards Prestige. But also, the players there from OOREDOO Thunder are going to be moving ever closer. Now, Ida finds the hit, gets the confirmation. Up comes another shot on towards Damar. But Ida then falls instead. Yusuf and Damar holding on. But look at Damar. Has 0.5 health left on that bar. Absolutely insane. But that's not going to be preventing them from putting up quite a bit of a fight here. Now, Yusuf tries the angles, gets hit out in the smoke. Vandar gets themselves right back into contention here, but up comes SKTon, finds the angle. Oh! Damar swiftly deals with them. Up comes the push, the play. Is this going to be R8 or Falcons to hold on to Hacienda del Patron?
Oh, the action is just eating on up. We even have a few potential stragglers in the form of UMBRA, and we can see NASR jumping on into the action. OOREDOO Thunder's up close and personal as well, now looking for the opportunities here to get these third parties rolling. Ooh. But hello, it's going to be R8 that's going to be sent back to the lobby first.
Yeah, sir, that is a little bit of a stinky play, right? I mean, R8 picking up an insane performance, and now... yeah, well, that's just the way it works, right? PUBG, hello, welcome. Of course, now the team's going to be continuing to move further and further forward. You see UMBRA also trying to get themselves situated. Falcons, the OOREDOO Thunders, NASR, everyone and their friends going to be looking to find a bit of that third-party opportunity.
Oh, let's bring in the action now. OOREDOO Thunders trying to close that gap. Hamco going to be going down. UMBRA stepping on up. But now Falcons, they're looking for that opportunity. Maybe they can just steal away a little bit of cheeky somethings, a little bit of a cheeky elimination here. And that will give them not only the space and the points, but it will provide them an opportunity to potentially disengage.
Well, let's see now. Who will be the team looking to push this all the way through? Now, OOREDOO Thunder taking a little bit of damage. Up comes UMBRA. Hamco, oh, is going to get rushed, but the shots continue to rain on through as NASR sneak a little bit of a cheeky hit up in towards UMBRA. Is now going to be quite a bit of a pressure position being played on towards Morteza there. And down they go as Osama sends out the hits. And see now, Osama looking to push even further, but the molly connects on up. As you can see, Yusuf sitting up on the roof just smiling. And now, oh, that is going to be Smoker to find that first hit on towards Scary Boy. And UMBRA now really trying to pick the pieces back up again.
Oh, and they have to. There's no time like the present. They need to get themselves reset and hopefully out of the situation. Falcons, they're looking good. And now they want to continue this journey. They do not want to have it stop here. Damar setting up a nice little bit of a nade, looking for that connection to a Summer. And oh, what a connection. It absolutely is.
Yeah, that is what we want to see, right? We want to see these connections being dialed up. And now Damar still in a great position alongside Yusuf and Powerful. Let's see what they're going to have happen right then and there as we wait in anticipation to see where this next zone is going to be taking our teams. You can see still quite a few teams on that edge, but now it is going to be forcing the teams to move even closer to CONQUEROR Iraq, for Kurdistan, as well as the players coming through there from 1 million. And this is where the situation could get quite risky. Now, POWR moving through, but that ridge line in front of 1 million could be providing quite a bit of a challenge to the players there from POWR to get themselves well established within this next zone.
OOREDOO Thunder's also taking quite a few hits there. We can see 2 knocks coming on through. Even UMBRA taking a knock as well. As we tune in back into the action, is down to Smoker here for OOREDOO Thunder's. Damar closing the gap, and Damar has a pan. We know what Damar can do with that pan, but will they be able to close that gap even further? Smoker now trying to lay down those utilities, give themselves the space they need to get those reses popped off.
Well, let's see whether or not those reses are indeed going to be able to come on through. As the first one falls, it's going to be Hamco being picked up by that molly. This is now up to Damar to look to see if they can find a bit of an opportunity. Here's that reload, so they know exactly now where to focus their efforts. Quick, a little bit of a mad dash back into safety as Damar now makes a run for it, but Smoker staying true to the Davy, hitting those hits out as the smoke continues to apply a little bit of that coverage now for Damar. But the rest of the teams are going to be inching their way ever closer, as we can see that rotation now coming through on the southern side. Twisted Minds meeting up alongside. A little bit of that action there as well, right? Gringo and the rest of the team from NASA just popping off those heads. Let's take a look at the replay coming through as Damar sends out that nade, finds a beautiful hit on towards Samco.
Pinpoint accurate, just to find the pixels to get it in through into the window. Absolutely ridiculous. This is why they are here in the first place. Falcons now looking a little bit more action. They are within the zone. They have that time. They have that opportunity to just, you know, take their time and maybe potentially take out the OOREDOO Thunders. But in the meanwhile, we tune our attention here to Virtual Gaming, looking for a little bit of Twisted Minds action, but they are right alongside Titans.
Oh, now this is going to be that play for Teak to try and get a squeaky clean shot. Unfortunately, that fence is really making it quite challenging. Lord, however, finds the hit up on towards Zeus. Now Teak continuing the efforts, finds the confirmation on towards Ragnarok. And there we have it. It's the end of the road for Twisted Minds. Down to 13 teams we go. But still such a competitive and contentious zone for these teams to get themselves situated in.
Oh, absolutely is what we love to see. D6 now picking up Lord, looking for a little bit more NIGMA Galaxy action as Virtual Gaming tunes on in as well. But let's see, are those connections going to be there? Is the vehicle, is the party bus going to survive? And it looks like it will, just for the time being.
Yeah, but the OOREDOO Thunders, they won't survive. And there we go, the party bus going up in flames. It is going to be Hamodi and Raouf now in a little bit of danger there, as we can see. But, of course, Virtual Gaming also going to be looking for a bit of an opportunity to get themselves secured, moving on forward. And it's now absolute carnage all over the place. Down to 12 teams we go. Right, it is such a challenging position as the zone is yet to move on forward. 1 million opting for a bit of that more centered zone, but as you can see a little bit earlier, CONQUEROR now paying the ultimate price for that as the zone moves down in favor of Conqueror Iraq. And this is where the pressure is on. GEEKAY and UMBRA need to find a bit of a way to get themselves onto that edge of the zone.
Alright, the damage is going to go on through Enigma Galaxy, back into the lobby, but smack bam center zone, it is none other than Conqueror Iraq, currently just feeling like an absolute beast. They have such good cover, they've got such a good opportunity, and now they just need to keep the rest of the teams out from their real estate. UMBRA, in the meantime, they're catching nades from GEEKAY Esports, and I don't think they like them.
Yeah, I also don't think they like them. I mean...
Shadowin especially. No.
Yeah, because it blows up in your face every single time, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, either which way, it is going to be GEEKAY now looking to push on forward. UMBRA down to PRZ. Got one of those lovely nades in hand, but there's no opportunity to send it out. As it is going to be the players here from GEEKAY to rush on forward, finding those angles. Now, Santa turning their attention a little bit further onwards, trying to take aim on towards the players there from Virtual Gaming. One shot now holding up alongside the concrete block. But regardless of that, the shots will come on through as Zeus gets traded. And now, Geith looking for a bit of that continuation.
No bicycles here to work with this time around, but guys, still definitely going to be looking for some of those eliminations. In the meanwhile, we do see Slime4KT having a little bit of a spat there with the zone, and unfortunately that will also be the end of Slime4KT, just in a matter of seconds. Didn't even get to finish my sentence, it's okay. But as we take a look at the rest of the teams, we still have to see POWR, we still have to see for Kurdistan just try and settle themselves up a little bit nicer into this next zone, while Virtual Gaming, they're giving hits and they're taking hits.
Yeah, when you deal out, you have to be able to receive as well. Now, guys, looking for a bit of an opportunity here onto Virtual Gaming. I mean, loving the aggression and the confidence being shown here by GEEKAY moving in from that southern edge. But now, as we look over on towards the southeastern side, it's going to be Solar and Falcons fighting it out, right? It's down to only Powerful, the final contender left on the side of Falcons. But now Hemo's got that nade in hand, looking to play it. There we go. Takes an insane amount of damage out of Powerful, but they are still alive. Not down just yet. Up comes a follow-up nade, looking to find that extra little bit of health. But the Molly gets them instead, and that is the end of the road.
Oh, we love to see it. Now, let's continue the action here. GEEKAY Esports up next here for a little bit of a buzz cut by the looks of it. And Soul Esports, they would definitely be happy to oblige. Looking for those angles though. Conqueror still applying the pressure to all of the surrounding teams. You can see them just keeping their heads on a swivel, trying to take a piece of everyone, trying to delay them to get closer and closer to the zone. Now that zone shift, we're going to be looking at Conqueror. We're going to be looking at GK Esports and Seoul, who might be one of your first two teams to get themselves situated.
Well, essential positioning is what's at hand here, right? Venom, the rest of the team, here from 1 million. Got up towards that northern territory. It's going to be quite a treacherous trek for them to pull on through towards that zone. I mean, I'm still loving this position being held by Conqueror Iraq, right? They've got the elevation, they've got the hard cover, they've got the compounds, and they've got themselves a Kalaga set up within that zone. But up comes Guy here now, looking to push through with a little bit of the aggression. Raouf also going to be reaching in, but it's going to be Hamo to get traded up next. Off they go. Raouf still on the defensive line. Omar right in front there, able to relay some form of information. But Raouf now needs to make that decisive play. Are they going to decide to push in, or are they going to be looking to just secure themselves within this next zone?
Decisions. These teams need to make them. Virtual Gaming will be set on out. We've got 6 teams left. Conqueror is now going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure as Titans moves on in, looking to take the opportunity here to close the gap and maybe take up a little bit of that real estate. But of course, 1 million out into the blue with GK. They're not feeling so great. These numbers are starting to drop like absolute flies.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about dropping, it is gonna go down now. That could be taken down next. Yes, indeed, the answer is yes as they go off, and that is the end of the road for Kurdistan. Final 5 teams remain. It is gonna be 1 million Seoul, GK Titans, and Conquerors. But Titans now facing quite a bit of a challenge to get themselves secured in the zone. It's gonna be Teak and Puncher who are down. P6 holding on for dear life. GK applying so much pressure from that eastern side, but Conqueror Iraq holding on right behind them. Oh, E6 now playing the hide-and-seek game of the day. Right, I wanted to say of their lives, and then I was like, maybe not. Now, Kalaga looking to rain down on towards GK. Finds a little bit of damage, but will they be able to drive it all the way through? Now, Guy just waiting for that opportunity to maybe find a bit of a saving play, but it's going to be wise to get found out next as Groza comes in with quite a phenomenal hit.
Oh, we love to see it. Conqueror Iraq are feeling it. They've had to step up. We asked them to step on up, and now they're looking for another one of those winner chicken dinners. But first, they need to look at Seoul Esports. They need to look at 1 million, and they need to look at GK and Titans to get them taken on out and give themselves that space. YC, unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for recovery, and Seoul will be down to only Raouf.
Yeah, well, Raouf in a pretty rough place. We can see, trying to hold on just on the outskirts of zone. Hope also to up ahead, but Guys comes sneaking on through with that M16, finds the hit and he hits, and down goes Kalaga. It's now up to Riva, Rio, and of course Groza to bring that continuation through for Conqueror Iraq. They could maybe still get that res up on towards Kalaga, but not quite sure whether they'll be able to reach all the way across. Marshall waiting quite steadily to see what Raouf is going to be bringing on through, and inching their way ever closer to that zone. Of course, still quite a bit of distance to cover, but now comes that moment, right? The blue zone about to start closing in. It is going to be Rio to get found out. Riva pushing forward, looking to get that res onto Kalaga, but they are met with open barrels as GK are not done just yet. Already 9 eliminations to their name and looking to put up quite a bit of a fight. The majority of the level of the lobby, rather. Now down to either 1 or 2 players. Conqueror Iraq looking to bring those reses in, keeping their numbers pretty contentious.
It's crazy to think that the only team that can technically really go up against Conquerors is GK. But hey, 1 million will be looking to just even out the odds. Marshall out in the open though, and just the sheer number of angles that Conqueror currently hold is going to make them such an impossible competitor to take out.
Well, here we go. It is going to be Rio now sending that smoke down, looking to get their teammates back into the fight. Titans down to 1. P6 all the way over towards that southwestern side. GK also about to get pressured as that blue zone will catch up with them momentarily. The Conqueror Iraq looking absolutely golden at this point in time. You can see those hits coming through. Titans, Seoul, GK, all 3 teams taking that extra bit of damage. Up comes the heads now as Rio turns their attention, spots out GK. And with that, it is going to be Hope to get taken down. Seoul Esports getting sent away. And now guys trying to find a bit of an opportunity from behind that tree, where the blue zone's going to be dealing so much damage on towards them. There's no point, no opportunity to find any play. But now, up comes P6 for Titan. Not done just yet. Looking to maybe have a bit of an influence on that winner chicken dinner. But it is going to be no. Right, as CONQUEROR Iraq steps up and locks in the winner chicken dinner.
Again, it's coming down to those superior numbers, just having the ability to really capitalize and cover that many angles, cover all of those line of sight opportunities. That has given not only Conquerors, not only R8, but so many more teams those opportunities in the final moments to pick up the crazy winner chicken dinners we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, once you're blessed with positioning, and that is where it all comes down to, right? Just looking to leverage that and use it in your favor. I mean, it still brings back Sanhok, but we won't go back into Sanhok. We'll just leave it where it is and just continue on. But what a great play that it was coming through over on towards Miramar. I mean, moving in towards this Hacienda del Patron territory proves to be quite a bit of a challenging position for these teams, right? We saw their dominance being held up into Hacienda del Patron itself. But again, right, you just got so many different angles that you need to try and cover, looking to bring in so much awareness. And this is what we like, right? Teams really being put through the challenges, through the paces, to see who will be the ones that are deserving of sitting in the positions where they are. Of course, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with you in a short few moments.
Designer, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. I'm an animal, give me a color, give me a leak of flow. Yeah, I'm an alligator, I got a smile like an innovator. Ring, come through, wheels are not burning.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MEA Championship Fall 2022 season. Absolutely insane action across the board. Miramar proving to be quite the challenging map once again. I mean, that Hacienda del Patron zone. We haven't seen many of those, but it does really challenge these teams all the way to the very finish.
Absolutely, and we love to see it. The teams really being pushed to their limits, and they're being forced to showcase what they've been practicing with. But CONQUEROR Iraq just bringing in those superior numbers once again, being the theme that we're seeing today. The teams getting into those final moments, getting into those final rotations, and keeping their numbers alive one way or another. It has absolutely been proven to be the winning formula.
Yeah, loving to see these formulas really being utilized out on the battlefield. I mean, we've seen quite a few surprising plays, especially today, but that's of course what we've been waiting for.
Absolutely, and of course we need to understand what our viewers are thinking, how you're enjoying PMPL, and if you have any comments to make it better for the next season, go ahead and click the link in the YouTube chat. Right at the top, you'll see there's a pinned comment. You can go click that link onto the survey and give us your thoughts, what we can do to make it better, what you like, what you don't like. Let us know in the survey so we can make sure that we improve it for the next season's up.
Yeah, so really looking forward to hearing all your feedback, right? Hit us up and tell us what there is that you would like to see, or, you know, if you've got any suggestions. But of course, as we know, right, we need to turn our focus back onto the teams and what they've done. And of course, we are going to be taking a quick look, a little bit of a deeper delve into the players there from Conqueror Iraq.
Are looking to punch the air and get the drop onto the player of NASR. He's going to try and go for the shots to not come through. It's going to be against Miracle. Ali's left on his own.
Trying their best to defend here, a position, trying best to recover as it is blowing direct.
With the terrain inside this map, so much more compared to Erangel and Sanhok.
That nade did go wide, but it doesn't matter because the shots still are on target. Rio finds the first of GEEKAY. There to
Conqueror Iraq, just an absolutely formidable team, and I mean, a very well-deserved winner with a chicken dinner coming through for them over in our past Miramar. But of course, speaking about the past Miramar, right, we need to see what that point situation is, how many points all our different teams were able to secure, and of course, then how that impacts our overall standings.
Let's take a look at it. Of course, we know Conqueror Iraq picked up that fantastic winner chicken dinner thanks to the superior numbers they brought into the final zone. But of course, GEEKAY not far off with those crazy eliminations, picking up 9 apiece each, just like Conquerors, ending up over with those 19 eliminations, 19 points overall. And Titans following suit with 17, not too far off as well. And a very top-heavy performance once again, but we're finishing off at least in 8th position with those 7 points. So it is going to be allowing a few more opportunities towards that second page. But ultimately, there were massive, massive eliminations on this side of things.
Oh yes, I mean, a very top-heavy page, but I mean, it kind of continues over onto the second page. Yes, not the craziest amount of eliminations that we have sitting on the second page, but this time we only have one team that didn't find themselves any points, right? Twisted Mind, the only team getting sent back empty-handed. Meanwhile, R8, NASR, OOREDOO Thunders, NIGMA, Galaxy, Slime, everyone bringing in those points. And of course, Virtual Gaming still capitalizing on the placement points. So regardless of kind of what happened to the eliminations, they are still able to lock in those points. And I'm loving the fact that Team UMBRA also then sitting on those 3 eliminations to their name.
Yeah, picking up some really, really good opportunities here for these teams. And again, we know it was a crazy, crazy battle for these teams just to be able to pick up any eliminations. You have to give it up to them. They really made sure that they were in the thick of it and they were looking to survive. But now we know, match rankings, done and done, that it was the last match for the day. So we need to take a look at our overall rankings to see how day number 3 has ended up and if we've seen a few new changes to the top end of the ranks.
Well, yes, we were talking about a few changes, right? I mean, some pretty crazy positions being held here, as we can see by the players there at the top. I mean, R8, the players there from POWR, sitting on 200 apiece. I mean, that is absolutely insane. POWR making quite a bit of a jump, as we know as well, right? They were pretty much side by side to R8 coming into this match. But now, they are literally tied.
Oh, I can't... You know, I mean, we've talked about these teams replicating each other's performances. It's almost like a little bit of a trade-off, right? We see what you're doing, and we're just going to one-up you. We're either going to get more eliminations than you. We're going to get more placements than you. And you can just see the shift in focus for these two teams. I mean, the Terminator there with POWR Esports, those 113 eliminations. You can absolutely bet yourself the team is going to be so happy with their performances. And they've been really just tightening it down. But as we talk about it, tightening it, I really didn't intend that pun, but it kind of works. Titans finding themselves there in 4th position. Now, just to remind you, they started the day in 13th.
Yeah. Yeah. If you've got your eyes set on it, right, who can stop you other than yourself? But of course, as we know, right, look, just to put the eliminations that we can see currently on the screen into perspective, right? POWR Esports, they lead the team. The lead that they have over a team like OOREDOO Thunders, for instance, right? It's a lobby full of players. That is how far they are ahead. I mean, that's insane, right? They are half a lobby ahead of GEEKAY Esports with regards to only eliminations. I mean, that's absolutely crazy to think about. But of course, the trend that we see also then continues, right? We've got OOREDOO Thunders, for Kurdistan, and Seoul Esports sitting on 141 points each, right? So a very contentious position. I mean, OOREDOO Thunders and Seoul Esports sitting on the exact same amount of placement points and elimination points. The only difference being that there's 2 winner chicken dinners awarded to OOREDOO and Seoul Esports only having found 1 so far.
These teams are twinning into new heights. I mean, it's beautiful. But all right, 141 is going to be the marker if you want to get yourself on the first page. As we take a look at that second page, just to see what these points are currently looking like, we'll have to wait and see. Well, it's Slime for KT, only 3 points away from getting themselves into 8th position. So a very good amount of effort from them. Again, we would want a little bit more. But for CONQUEROR Iraq, that is the winning ticket for me here, DK. They've moved up all the way from 16th, starting the day with... am I reading this correct? Starting the day with 53 points.
Yeah.
And now we're sitting in 10th position with 134. Matt, what are you talking about here?
Yeah. I mean, they had, if you look at the eliminations, right, that's 1 more than the total points they started the day off with. It's insane. The changes that these teams can bring on through, absolutely phenomenal, right? But as we can see, there's still quite a bit of hard work to be done for teams like Team UMBRA, Falcon, NASR, NIGMA Galaxy, and of course Virtual Gaming. But if the performances that we've seen today is evidence enough, these teams all possess the capabilities to change this up however they deem fit. Of course, we know NASR, they locked in that winner chicken dinner just yesterday. So maybe we could see even more. I'm really hoping that we do see more of that come through. We want to see these teams continue with the momentum that they've already brought all the way to this point.
Ooh, I'm still processing the fact that we've seen such an uphill battle from these teams. I mean, especially CONQUEROR Iraq, we mentioned it at the beginning of the show that we wanted to see what these teams were hiding. We wanted to see what they've been, sort of cooking out in the background, what they've been working on, and finally showcase their absolute talents. And CONQUEROR, they've made a statement above all else. It's not going to stop, hopefully, moving back into tomorrow's games, because as we know, teams are fighting for those top 3 placements. Again, just to remind our viewers, we've already got 3 teams currently qualified for PMGC. That is R8 Esports, NIGMA Galaxy, and 1 Billion Esports from their respective PMPLs, just purely based on their points. So that means there's those top 3 slots that are available for the MEA champs that these teams need to fight for.
Yeah, and of course, if, one of the 3 teams we just mentioned finds themselves in those top 3 slots, it goes just 1 extra on, right?
No.
So you can't have 2 slots for the 1 event. I mean, you're only 1 team. So, it is quite exciting. But of course, speaking about excitement, we hope to see you all back again tomorrow as we continue with our final day right here for the MEA Championship for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Fall 2022 season. We look forward to seeing you all back on the screen, back with all the action these teams have to offer. But again, thank you so much for allowing us this time to try and entertain you with all the insane action these teams bring to the battlefield. Until tomorrow, stay safe, stay frosty. See you all back again.